with this. Hey, look, it's another me. Ha! I made sure to wear a different shirt just because I figured it would be confusing if I kept my red shirt as we did the stream. But this is something I recorded like literally probably 10 minutes before the start of the stream. And the reason I did that is because I don't want to have any prep work done beforehand. I want you guys to see the entire process. And Magic Briefs, awesome username. Thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate that. I've just started studying lip sync just as you started streaming about it. Nice. And it's not the first time I'm studying something new while you're streaming about it. That's awesome. I'm glad it worked out for you. Thanks for the great work. I hope there will be way more months to come. Awesome. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And definitely feel free to ask questions. This goes to everyone here. Feel free to ask questions as we go through this. And Puss in Boots 2 has not been released yet. I forget the exact release date. I think it's next year sometime. Can't quite remember. Oh yeah, Avatar. Avatar is coming out this weekend, I think. That's going to be a fun one to analyze too. I'm excited for that. So many good films. So much good content. Arcane season 2 is coming out next year. Oh, so good. Oh, Christmas? Really? Nice. That's not that long now. Ooh, something to look for. Maybe I don't get to go to the theater that often, but I might do it for Puss in Boots. We'll see if I have time. Before I get too caught up in, we could just talk movies and cartoons all day. Let's take a look at the dialogue that we're going to be animating here. So this is just, again, something I recorded super quickly. Happy holidays from me to you. There we go. Now, I wasn't sure which phrase to say, so I was just saying a whole bunch of random phrases, and this one was the one that kind of stood out as just having some important sounds, as well as having non-important sounds, which we're going to talk about in a little bit. Ooh, Legend of Vox Machina Season 2. Again, so many good shows. Oh! Here's the dialogue we're going to be animating. Hopefully you guys can hear that clearly. And Matei, hey, thank you so much. Aw, thank you so much for the sub. Hope you're doing well. It's been a while. Welcome to the stream. Hello. This is dialogue we're going to animate. And let me just play it again because we had a whole bunch of notifications come up and I was talking over it. Happy holidays from me to you. And here we have a bunch of different things that we're going to have to look at. We've got the lip sync, the line of dialogue. That's going to be very important in how we break that down. Now, the other thing we're going to have to do is pay attention to the accents. You can see I tried to not have too much body motion. I didn't want to have a ton of body mechanics for the characters bouncing around and doing all of this crazy stuff. But if we just break down the body motion, let's mute this here. Look at the body without the sound. If you just watch the chest, you can see that there's some motion in there. Essentially, as I swing my head, there's this sympathetic motion. You can see it in the swing of the body. See this? Head goes over, and you can see that body goes over at the same time. Sympathetic motion. From there, the body overshoots and settles based on that head turn right there. And then when we do this accent right here, you can see that body kind of counters that motion, drops a little bit. So the body drops as the head raises a little bit more. That's a lot of small little details in there that we can choose to add or not. It depends on our shots. Sometimes you actually want to tone things down to really focus on the performance of the face and the mouth. And Sammy Boy, thank you so much. Or Matei, thank you so much for the gift. And Sammy Boy, welcome to the subs. Thank you so much for the gift, Matei. That's super generous of you. And Adriano, hey, I'm glad you passed the class. Congrats. I'm going to ANO4 with Ari. Oh, Ari's awesome. You're going to enjoy his classes. Keep that question for a little bit. That's a nice question, but it's just a little bit longer. I'd love to answer that in just a little bit here. I just want to finish some thoughts on this first. But definitely don't forget to repost that question because I might end up forgetting. So once again, we've got a lot of accents here. Now, we can choose to tone this down, but I want to pay attention to those. If we watch the head, you'll notice that there's even more accents. First of all, we have this blink here. Blinks are important in animation. They help to show that the character is alive and that they are thinking. That they have... I should pause on this frame where I look half dead. The joy of animation is when you're scrubbing through your reference, you're going to find some frames that are definitely not appealing. We have to kind of get used to it. And Mate, another gift. Jeez, thank you so much. Man, thank you. I really appreciate that. I didn't dare to say that. Yeah, you're going to notice some very unappealing frames here. They're kind of like half dead, one eye closed, the mouth kind of open in a weird angle. It's gonna be strange. But that's kind of half the fun of it. But as you see here, we have that blink. Blinks are super... I gotta pause it on this horrible frame. There you go, a little better. You'll notice that blinks happen for very specific reasons. Oftentimes, it's just to keep our eyes from drying out. Just blink to keep that moisture in there. Okay, great. But more importantly, blinks are there for changes of direction. So if I look one way and then change my head to look a different way, you'll notice that oftentimes you're going to blink in that motion. It actually is harder to turn your head and not blink. You have to kind of focus on it typically, because it's not a natural thing for us to do. Our brain wants to limit the amount of visual information that is being pelted into our brain. And if you do this, keep your eyes open and do this for a little bit, you'll notice that you start to get maybe not dizzy, but it just kind of, it hurts in a way. Not like physical pain, but it's almost like it's too much information to process as you just do this for any extended period of time. Whereas if you do the same thing and blink each time, you'll notice that it helps to limit what information is being thrown into your brain, and instead you focus on one section, blink, open your eyes, your brain can focus on the next bit of information, and it really helps to help focus our brain essentially. So we have that, but we also blink when we have a thought process. So if I'm just sitting here and I go, wait, did I turn off the stove? Wait, do I still have some cookies left? Wait, do I still have to stream today? You will have a blink oftentimes that help to show that your brain has gone from one track whoop, onto another track, and you're starting to think of something different. You also have blinks to help show emotional states. So for example, if you have a villain, let's say Hannibal Lecter, just a creepy villain who is in control of the situations, you'll notice that he doesn't blink. He'll talk and he'll give a whole talk on a complicated topic. He's going to be staring at the hero, but he's not going to blink. He just keeps looking and looking and looking, and it starts to feel uncomfortable. And a little Danny, thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Everyone's super generous today. Thank you. I really appreciate that. But you'll notice that without blinking there, it made that conversation maybe a little awkward, maybe a little creepy. It feels unnatural. So Mario is always needed. We always have to be doing the Mario. So those blinks are very important, or the lack thereof. If we blink a lot, you'll notice that the character starts to feel nervous. Even though I'm not really changing much of my body mechanics, I'm not getting all scrunched up and fidgety hands and anything like that. I'm just standing the same way I did before, sitting the same way I was before. But now I'm blinking a little bit more, and I start to feel like I'm nervous, or like I'm having trouble focusing on something. That element adds a lot. So we want to think of our blinks and how those can accent our lip sync as well. It's not always like tied together, but once again, if you're going to have a big accent, you see there how I closed my eyes on a big accent, that's essentially anticipating the accent. Another way you can think of accents generally is squash and stretch. So if I'm going to go a big accent, accent, you see, that's squat or that's stretch. My mouth is open, my brows are up, accent. So what can I do before? Squash it. I'm going to use my squash and stretch principle from class 1. So I'm going to do a big accent. So a big accent, a big accent. You can see squash, stretch. That's pretty much it. So that can really help you determine where you can push an accent and how you can build up an accent. Now, you don't have to go full squash. That's a big extreme, but even just a little down, a tight squint. So a big accent. You can see it's just kind of like a little of the eyes. That alone can make a nice anticipation to an accent. So something to think about. What else do we have? Well, you'll notice that the head has a lot of accents here. It's not just one single accent. There's the head turn here. So when I go happy, happy, that's an accent right there. And then we get a secondary accent here. When I go from me, from, that from, we see the nose go up here first. It leads the action. And then the brows kind of bounce up. So we have the nose, then brows. We can push it one step further in our analysis. What's happening is you can almost imagine it like a one of those office toys where you have one ball kind of come in, it hits another and then pushes the next. What's happening is my lips coming up here, it then pushes my whole head up, which then pushes my forehead up. So as you get all the way up through the face, it creates this connected feeling. Now, we don't want to do it just 1, 2, 3 perfectly, or else it'll feel like an office toy that's just like slamming into each other. But we can use that to create a flow in our accents. Does this happen all the time? No. But in this case, it's something that I'm looking at my reference and going, ooh, I could use this. Let's put this in my shot and see how we can exaggerate that and make it bigger and more interesting. So we go up here and then we go down and very slightly go around and down here. So you can see the accents are going up. So it actually goes up, over, down, like that. Now you'll see that there's this sharp corner here. That's actually okay in this case because there's a little bit of a pause. It's from me to you. So it's got up, pause, across. Now in animation, I might try to round that out or maybe add a little bit of either a roundness to it like that, or maybe some loop. But if I do a loop, then it gets a little weird. It looks like I drew little ears on myself right there. So we might want to just exaggerate that a little bit. Or maybe I want to keep it sharp if I'm going more for that stylized, really angular performance. For example, Bad Guys, if you look at Misty, the police officer, her motions are very sharp and staccato, the way she moves. She'll just kind of pop into a pose and then pop back into another one. It's very interesting, very dynamic. So we've got a lot of accents here. And then if we just look at the brows, you'll notice those accent a lot of the words too. They start high, they go low, then they go back up and then back down. Now we don't want to have too much brow motion. If we do that, the characters are going to be doing this as we talk, and that's not going to be interesting. You'll notice that they hit a pose and then stay there. So you'll notice here, my brows go up, hold that, come down, and then they just hold. Hold, 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 go up, hold, 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 hold. Now you'll notice that technically it's going down here. I would still, just the way I animate, I consider this a hold, but what it is an overshoot into a moving hold. So the brows go up and then they settle downwards here, and that is the overshoot. The reason being is our brows aren't made to hold an extreme. So I've talked about this before, but if I bring my brows up to an extreme like this and try to hold it, you'll notice that your brows get tired very quickly. You can try this yourself. Now, my goal here is for people around the world to just be staring at the computer screens with their brows super high up. That's really the whole excuse for this. But honestly, like, if you just do this, bring your brows up really high and try to hold them at their extreme, you'll notice that your forehead gets tired pretty quick. Our face is not made to hold a pose. Many of you have probably noticed this when you're smiling for pictures. When someone goes, say cheese, and they're taking a picture and then you're smiling and they're going, wait, hold on, wait, hold on, wait. And you're just there. Come on, anytime now. And the corner of your mouth are getting really sore. And it's like, oh, just anytime. And by the time they take the picture, your mouth is like a grimace. It's not a smile anymore. Again, our face is not made to hold these extremes. So instead, what tends to happen is we'll hit an extreme and then we'll settle in. So you overshoot, go out, and then ease to a more comfortable state. You'll notice this with brows a lot. Up, and then it kind of up, settles down. It's still technically up, but it's just not as high as it hit at its peak. So here, that's what we're seeing. It goes up, maximum, and now it's relaxing slightly. Now this is the hold right here. Now it kind of looks like my brows are still going down. That's the head angle. If you actually look at this distance here, it does feel like it's getting shorter, but that's just because I did this. So once again, head angle plays a huge part in this. So if I keep my brows neutral here, I'm not going to move them, and I do this, look how much more space, you can see it more on this eye, how much more space there is between the brow and the eye. If I do this, no space. It's overlapping even. My brow hasn't changed. I haven't changed expression at all. Right there. So as I'm tilting my head down, it looks like my brow is lowering, but really it's mostly just the head angle. And then from there, we get a nice little hold. So we get that kind of up, down from the overshoot, and then just a hold right to the end. And a slight relaxation right here. You can see it in this brow. It goes this way. Very slightly right there. Just a little bit. Kind of looks like it's just morphing weirdly. So the brows really just have beginning. So 1, 2, they go up, 3, 4, and then I would consider this 5, but that 5th pose is more just of an ease. We can maybe push that in our shot. So really 5 poses start the whole thing, and honestly, I might even simplify that some more. We'll see when we get into our animation there. So we've got a lot of different things that we can look at in here. And a lot of different accents. We've got accents in the body, accents in the head, accents in the face. All of these need to be in our animation. We haven't even looked at the lip sync yet. So once again, this is the line of dialogue we're going to be animating. I moved my hat up and down. Now I've got hair like sticking on my forehead. I keep debating, should I cut my hair again or not? And these are times where it's like, yeah, maybe I want to. So let's listen to the line of dialogue once more. Happy holidays from me to you. Okay, so that's the line of dialogue. Happy holidays from me to you. So we're going to be animating this. Now, before I actually go into any animation, when I'm doing dialogue, the first thing I want to do is plan. This goes to any shot regardless of the length of it. I'm not a fan of jumping into a shot without planning things out first, without studying my reference. We're not using the reference to copy. We are using our reference for inspiration. Again, I kind of pointed out some areas where it's like, ooh, that would be nice. That's essentially what I'm doing. Is just looking at my reference going, oh, I like that little bit. I've got to make a note of it, so I put it in my animation. Now we want to do the same thing with our dialogue and study what is actually being said in our dialogue. What is actually happening and where do I need to hit to make this read correctly? Now, before we jump into that, there's a question here. Have I ever heard of the swing set facial animation method? I haven't heard that name. I'm not sure if maybe I've heard it as a different name. So there's a lot of different workflows in lip sync and a lot of different names for similar workflows. But I haven't heard that one. Swing set facial animation method. Sounds interesting. I'd be interested to hear more about it. So let's actually dive into the actual line of dialogue and analyze the actual sounds that are being made. So normally I'll do this in just a drawing program. I use Clip Studio Paint here, EX version. Great drawing program. It goes on sale a lot if ever you're interested in getting it. And here I just wrote out the line of dialogue, Happy Holidays from me to you. And I brought in this image just for reference for everyone here of the importance of sounds. So before we get through this, let's actually hide this for now. And we'll bring that in a little bit later. The first thing I'm going to do is I want to do some passes on these sounds. And the different passes I want to do are first an inflection pass. Honestly, the order that you do these in doesn't really matter. We want to do an inflection pass, a phoneme pass, what I typically call an importance pass, and then depending on the length of dialogue and how complex it is, I might do an X sheet pass. An X sheet is essentially timing out your dialogue so that you know exactly when certain sounds happen. Not super useful nowadays because we can have our sound just in the program. This is more of a 2D thing. I still like it just because it gives me very specific frames that I know I have to hit, and it just kind of gives me more planning that I can fall back to. So let's actually start with probably the more important one of all of them is the phoneme pass. So I'm just going to write this out here. My tablet's crooked here, so I apologize for the angle of my writing here. Phoneme. So what is a phoneme? A phoneme is the sounds that we make. A good example of that is my name. So my name, for anyone who doesn't know, is Beau. And it's spelled this way, the weird French way. Now, if you were to try and pronounce my name the way it is written, B-E-A-U, that would be Biao. Bio, Biao. It's not the way you pronounce my name. So if I was to look at my line of dialogue and I saw my name here, my character is never making an E sound. They're never making an ah sound. They're never making a U sound. Yeah, bean. I've been called Beau, Bean, Bew, Bio, Boo, Box one time. I don't know how that happened. But if I tried to spell this out and do the shapes of the mouth to match these, it wouldn't work. My name phonetically is pronounced Beau. B-O. So this is how I would write this out phonetically. And this goes for any sound that you make. So let's think of another sound just as an example. Bob. Another name. Bob. If we wrote this out phonetically, it's Bob. If we just go by how it's written. Instead, this would be ba, b, like that. It's an ah sound in here. So we need to know what sounds these make. Now, this is where the original question about, do you need to know the language? Do you need to know how to speak a language is? Or to animate it? No. All you need to do is sound it out. And the way you sound it out, the way you write it out, is up to you. Whatever makes sense to you. An example of that is if let's say I'm English, which I am, and I'm trying to write out sound phonetically. Let's go tree. So tree, spelled out phonetically, is pretty much the same thing here. It's t, r, e. Spelled the same way phonetically. We get that E sound in there. Now, I'm also French. So if I was to try and write this out phonetically, but using my French brain, French side of my brain, tree would be t, r, e, tree. Because the I in French is pronounced E. That's an E. This is e. So it's more of a not a real. It's like halfway between this and this. So in French, a very different writing for the same word here. Tri. But in the end, it makes the same sound, and that's the important bit. So I'm going to write this out phonetically in a way that sounds right to me and makes sense to me. And this goes for all of you. You would write this out in the way that makes sense to you, in the language that you prefer. For example, if I was mostly French, I speak mostly English, but if I spoke mostly French and I was more comfortable animating in French, I would do all my phonemes in French. So here we've got happy holidays from me to you. Now, we do not want to write this the way that we sound it out when we say it. So happy holidays from me to you, because that's the way I'm saying it right now. And to be fair, it's also my line of dialogue that I recorded, so it's going to be pretty close. But let's take another example here. We'll go back to my name, Bo. If I was animating someone else saying my name and they were pronouncing my name Bew, which I've had many people call me that, if that was the line of dialogue, so it was like, Bew says, happy holidays from me to you, I would not write it Bo. That's the way I'm saying it right now. The way that I hear it in the audio would be so Bew, B-oo, Bew. So you need to listen to your audio and write it out how it sounds, not how you think the words should be written out phonetically, and not based on the writing of the word that we see. So this takes a little bit of time. Now, there's a few different ways you can do this. You can bring it into Sync Sketch. This is my preferred way. And then just turn on audio scrubbing and play through it. You could also bring your dialogue into Maya and scrub it in there too. Happy holidays. So let me listen to this. I'm going to have to turn up the volume here. Happy holidays from Happy holidays from Happy holidays from Happy holidays. So happy holidays is pretty basic, not too much different there. So it's happy. So we've got happy holidays. Now, an important thing here is that I'm not saying happy holidays. I'm saying happy holidays, happy holidays. It's almost one word. So happy, I would put these together here. So you'll notice I'm not leaving a gap here. Just a reminder that I'm going to merge these two words together in the lip sync. There's not going to be this pause or break between. So, happy holidays from Happy holidays from Happy holidays from Happy holidays from me. Happy holidays from me. Happy holidays from Happy holidays. Okay. So holidays is nothing too different. So ha is not holidays, it's holidays. Ha. No, not. So that would be the way I would write an sound. You can see it right there. Happy holidays. Ah. So it would be like happy days. A. So we've got happy holidays from me to you. 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 day, AY. So you'll notice that the Y, this is not pronounced at all. It's day is A. Just like if I want to pronounce hey, I would write this hey, like that. So, day Z. So happy holidays from, we get that F, from. Now, this is quite different here. So we're not going from, it's from. And that's the wrong thing here. What am I looking for? There it is. Too many tabs. From me to you. From me to. So here we have from. From. And then we get the me. It's just a continuation of this. So this is going to be a hold here. From me. E. To. And then we get you. So there we go. Happy holidays from me to you. And you can see that this is pretty much one word. Happy holidays from. Happy holidays from, and then me to you. So let's actually separate this out here. Me to you. So there we go. That would be the way I would write this phoneme pass. Now, once again, do you have to write it exactly this way with this exact pronunciation? No. This is up to you and the way that it makes sense to you. This is how, when I read these, I know what sound I need to make here. So this makes sense to me. So there is our phoneme pass right there. Very important. Now, from there, let's do a quick inflection pass. So let's do this in green here. So an inflection pass is where do we put the emphasis on our words? Now, it's not super important because we do have our video reference along with us, but this is mostly important when we are using a clip from a different source and we need to know where to add our accents. So because I recorded that dialogue, everything is exactly my performance. My inflections, my accents are hitting in the correct points with the dialogue. But if I was using a dialogue from an outside source and I'm trying to match my acting to the dialogue, I need to know where the inflections are, because the inflections are most likely where the accents are going to be in the acting. So, for example, let's think of a phrase. We'll take the phrase, she didn't steal from me. She didn't steal from me. Depending on where we put the accent in this sentence, just on the words, we're not even going to break up the words in any way. It's going to give an entirely different inflection and accent to our acting, but also an entirely different meaning to the sentence. So if I say, she didn't steal from me, you'll notice how I accented she. She didn't steal from me, and that's where my acting was. The implication there is she's not the one that stole from me, someone else stole from me. She didn't steal from me. You can see how the accent was on didn't, even the inflection in the word. She didn't steal from me. So she's not the one that stole from me. She didn't steal from me. She did something else, just didn't steal. She didn't steal from me, and she didn't steal from me. See how my head, I'm not even trying to do that. My head just wants to accent when I'm emphasizing that word. And it also changes the entire meaning of the sentence. So this is where we need to listen to that. Listen to where the actor is inflecting their dialogue and try to match that. Otherwise, we're going to get a line of dialogue and an acting performance that don't sync up quite right. It's not always necessary, but it can lead to this disjointed, just character moving and saying things, and it just feels totally disconnected. So if we listen to this here, good song, yay. Let's listen to where that accent is. Happy holidays from me to you. So definitely on me. That would be the main accent. Happy holidays from me to you. Happy holidays from me to you. I would say to you, that kind of has a dip in it. So I would count that as a little bit of an emphasis. So from me to you. And it drops a little bit there. Happy holidays from me. And then you can emphasize part of a word. So I could say holidays or holidays. See how I emphasize beginning or end of one word? Here, we can even see it in the waveform right here. The holidays right there is way higher than the rest of the sentence right here. Happy holidays from that happy holidays, happy holidays. It goes up on happy holidays. So I would say I've got another minor accent, or I should say inflection, on happy. So we've got happy, goes up here. Holidays from me. This is our biggest one, to you. And then it kind of has a dip right here. To you. Drops. So the way you draw this out, again, it doesn't, there's no symbols that you have to use. You don't have to use these arrows here. Nothing like that. This is just something for me to remind myself, okay, I need to emphasize happy. I need to accent me. And then you, I kind of want to accentuate that drop in there. It's not really an accent, but it's just kind of, I hear the voice kind of doing a dip. So it'd be nice to work with that in some way. So here we have our inflection pass. Where is the character putting the inflection on the words or in the sentence? Very important, especially if you want to match up your acting in your reference with a clip that you haven't acted out yourself. Now, from there, we go to one of my favorite passes, which is the importance pass. The importance pass is how important are the individual sounds here to the line of dialogue, and what do I need to make sure I hit for these sounds. And this is where that image comes back in. Beep, right here. So this image is a great image. A to the J has posted it in the chat there for anyone who wants a link to this image. And this image is specifically for the areas of the mouth that we use to make certain sounds. And weirdly enough, it also lines up to the importance of that sound to us as animators, because people can see it. So starting from the left side here, let's go black there. We have right here, and make sure this is on the right layer, bip, right there. So these red sounds here, these are sounds that are made with the very tip of our lips. So spy, baby, man, would. Our lips are crucial to make these sounds. If we do not get these shapes in there correctly, nothing is going to read in that shape. So P, B, and M, the mouth has to be closed. So P, B, and M. Now you'll notice that there's a difference between those. P and B are what we typically call plosives. They explode when we make the sound. They blow through. And this is why you have pop guards on your microphones like this, or a foam or something, because those sounds, when they hit a microphone, will cause a crackle and some distortion. So when I go P, B, you'll notice that my mouth, I'll exaggerate it here, inflates with air, P, and then the air goes out, and it's a little puff of air. Plosives. So P and B, the mouth has to be closed, but you hear the sound when the mouth opens. So P. See how you hear the P sound once my mouth is open, not when it's closed. M, is the sound when the mouth is closed. So when we have an M sound, we need that mouth to be sealed, shut. So P and B and M, very important. W, the oo sound, is the lips out, would. we can't, it's very hard to go would. It's not getting that woo sound, would. So our lips have to go out here. Ooh. And it's not just in here. That's a common misconception and mistake I see in a lot of student work is going would, and keeping the lips very tight. It's would. See, would. It's very big. We can exaggerate that a lot, especially if you go would. You can really push it around and really play around with the squash and stretch of the face there. F and V. The. Our lip pushes against the top teeth there. Bottom lip to the top teeth. The. So we get that little flick. If we don't have that, you can see my lip wants to push up there, but I can't make that sound without pushing it in there. TH, breathe, thought. That is the tongue sticking out. Now, that is an exaggeration a lot of the time. So you see how my tongue sticks out? We don't have to do that. We go the. But you can see it's pushing against the teeth. Behind it. In animation, we tend to stick it out a little bit more, so that it just reads more clearly, but it's not necessary. As long as the tongue is visible and pressing through the teeth there. From there, we go into this next section here, which is all the tongue and the teeth and the way they work together. But I would switch this up. And eventually, I'm just going to have to make my own image for this. But I like to separate this. The S and Z I actually put as more important than the other sounds in this section here. Specifically because S and Z, your teeth have to be closed together. S, Z. If you try to do that with your mouth open, you can't get that sound in there. That's sibilance, I believe is what it's called. So that S and Z, the teeth have to be closed. From there, we go T, D, T, the butter, and N, L. All of these is the tongue pressing against the roof of your mouth or your teeth in different ways. So there's going to be a flick of the tongue in there. These are very important to get, but not as important as the rest because a lot of times it's inside the mouth, and depending on how the character is talking, we might not even see the tongue. But it is important to know that those are there. From there, we start to go into the sounds that are made in the back of the throat and the back of the tongue. Now, another section here that I like to separate out is the R sound, I actually put this a little bit more important, not all the time. The R sound, can be made with any mouth shape. Because it's the tongue, middle of the tongue kind of just pressing up a little bit. But in animation, what tends to read more clearly is when we pinch the corners and exaggerate it. So, see here, the corners are pinching, So if I go red, see how the corners are red, pressing. Instead of red, I can make the exact same sound, but it doesn't read as nicely as red. So I will typically push that a little bit more. You can also do that with the sh sound a little bit. Shh. Pinch that as well. So this section here, technically you can make the sounds without the lips, but I like to use the lips for these. And then from here, we go into the least important sounds. These are all done in the back of the throat. They don't really matter. So k, g, h, all of those you can make with any mouth shape you want. So we have these important sounds. Now you'll notice that there's no vowels in here. The reason being, vowels can be made with any sound or any shape that we want. There are cliches to them, but we can do it. So for example, an ah sound. Ah, 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 ah. See that? Any shape. Even an E. The cliche is E. We widen our mouth. E. But I can go E, 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 E. See that? My mouth, it doesn't matter what shape it is. And this is one of the biggest hurdles that I see a lot of students fall into, is that they get too caught up on the stereotypical phoneme pass, the the fact or the idea that every letter has a certain sound and has a certain shape associated with that sound. And that is not true. And this is especially emphasized when you have a studio library which has certain shapes, like the ah shape is going to be big and open ah. The E is going to be tight E, O, oo. There's going to be all of these shapes. And when you put all of those in there, your character is just going to go I, E, U, and their mouth is going to exaggerate, like fe, E, S, U, and like, let's say happy holidays. It'll be ha, P, ha, no, ha, E, ha, L, E, no, E, yeah, happy holiday, day, Z, and it's just going to be super big and it's not going to make sense. Instead, if I'm smiling, happy holidays. Look at that. Happy holidays. The mouth corner didn't change. It stayed there because I'm smiling. I've got an emotion. If I'm pouting, happy holidays. Happy holidays. That didn't change at all. Boy, I seem like a Grinch when I say it that way, but you'll see the corner doesn't change. Happy. E isn't going E. E. Happy holidays. So you need to put the emotion above what our stereotypical phoneme passes are. Instead, the important thing is those important sounds, like I just showed, because happy, regardless of the emotional state I am in, whether I'm happy, whether I'm sad, whether I'm just neutral, that P, happy, is gonna have to be closed. The oo, so from me to you, oo has to come out. I can't go you. Well, I could a little bit, you, but it's very hard. And you can see that lip wants to push out. You. It's still doing that shape. It's not as extreme, ooh, but we're still getting a change in there. Whereas I could go happy holidays, and the corners don't change. The mouth and jaw changes, but even then, happy holidays. The only change you're seeing is that P. Happy, P. Holidays. You're seeing some motion in the throat here. Happy holidays. That's the tongue moving up and down in the mouth. But the rest can hold its shape. So, to bring it back here, we need to look at the importance of each sound and make sure that we hit those sounds in our dialogue pass. So I'll just go through and look at my dialogue, see which sounds I need to hit to make my dialogue clear. Well, definitely P right there. That P sound, happy, that's going to be a super important one. H's, not important in the least right there. Now, when we look at those, now it's often when you start seeing those sounds that it's like, oh, these aren't important whatsoever. Well, what's the point? How do we make those read? How do we make those work in the dialogue? Essentially, those sounds that don't have any shape to them whatsoever will just inherit the shape before or after it. So for example, ha, like the ha, P right here, the ah sound is going to influence the H right there. So as we speak, we tend to prepare for a line of dialogue. So your mouth isn't going to be still and then ha, and then it just opens up into the ah sound. You'll notice that we take a breath usually, and our mouth prepares and starts to form the shape in advance. So I'm going to happy. And you'll notice that my mouth just goes into the ah shape right there. I'm still saying the ha. You get a little breath in there, and you can even see my tongue move. Ha. It just kind of dips down a little bit. Ha. It's just a little tiny drop as that breath goes through. Happy. But it's just inheriting the ah sound. And then ha, we go into the ah sound. Happy, ha. It's just the inheriting the next sound through there, and as well as a little bit of that E before it. So I can just go, okay, this doesn't really matter, this doesn't really matter. I'm still thinking about them, but now we get the ah, B, ah, The L is somewhat important, but not as important as the P here. Because this is going to be the L, tongue pushing up here. Hale, D. There's the tongue right there. D, Z. This is going to be pretty important right there. Let's actually put one more line here because that P is super important. The Z, the teeth have to be closed right there. From the F sound, we need that. R, I put a little importance in there just to help make things read. Again, it's just pinching those corners. From M, very important here because that needs to be closed. I cannot make that sound without this being closed here. Me, E, T. There's the tongue. U, oo. There we go. So let's actually put more importance on those there. So this is just a quick importance pass that I'll do. And honestly, every time I do it, I mark things down in a different way. But this is just a way for me to go, okay, I need to hit this and all of these specifically. And once again, it doesn't mean that you're going to have one single shape for these, because with a P, I can go P, 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 P. See that? My corners of the mouth, it depends on my attitude and my emotion. Instead, I just need to make sure that I hit the fact that they are closed. That's the important bit. When I do an L, I need to press that tongue. L, you see that tongue pushing up there. And D, the tongue goes up against the roof of the mouth, dips down, and you're typically going to have a jaw motion there. D, D, as the tongue flicks down and pushes down on the jaw. So we have that importance pass right through here. All the other sounds that we see in here, they are important. We want to make sure those read, but they're more going to be influenced by the emotion of the character, less about a specific thing that has to happen in this moment. So at least for me, that is the way I look at dialogue and how I try to break it down. So we have happy holidays, happy holidays, happy holidays. You'll notice if I go happy holidays, happy holidays, happy holidays, there's no H, it doesn't make a difference in my way I'm pronouncing this. So there we go. There's our importance right through there. And with that, I now have a idea of how to approach this as I block out my shot and my lip sync. Which ones I need to hit and then which ones I can work around with that. And we'll go into more detail as we actually dive into the lip sync here. Now, from there is one more pass that I will sometimes do, which is an X sheet pass. An X sheet pass is essentially taking what we have here, their phonemes, and timing it out on a sheet. So this is an X sheet for anyone who doesn't know. It's essentially a old school 2D way of planning dialogue or music beats and whatnot. So the way you would have it is this is all the production information here, which scene you're working on, who's the animator, which page number it is. You have your action section here. So this is what is happening on screen. Does a character get hit? Do they jump? What is happening in the scene? This is where we write down the dialogue, the phoneme passes. And then these are all your different layers right there. So if you think of old 2D animation, you would have your background layer that would go in here. And then you'd have the different cells that sit on top of these. So for example, cell 1 could be, if they're driving a car, this could be the car. Cell 2 would be the driver character, and I forgot the I. Then we have the passenger. So each character is a different cell that can be animated separately, and this way we can time things out per layer. In animation, in CG animation, we don't have to really worry about that. And then this is for any camera instructions, like whether the camera operator needs to pan the scene or whatnot. Again, we don't really need this here. So when I'm doing an X sheet pass, typically what I'm doing is I'm just filling in the dialogue and any important actions I want to hit on that moment here. So when you're doing this, you want to time it out, and specifically I like to time this out in Maya, not using Sync Sketch, because Sync Sketch is great for what we were doing before, but now I want to make sure that I get my timing from Maya so that I don't have any surprises as I'm timing this out. So here I have my character. This is going to be the scene we're going to animate here, and I've already imported in my audio file. So if we hit play here, happy holidays from me to you. So there we go. We've got the dialogue right in there. Now I can just scrub through and I can listen in, and my audio is a little low here, so I'm going to boost this up. Hopefully it won't get too loud for everyone else. Yeah, it's getting a little loud. Let me tone that down a little bit. Don't want to blow out your eardrums. Happy holidays from me to you. Happy holidays from me to you. Okay, cool. Happy holidays. So now I'm just going to scrub through. So here, 7, that's the h sound that I'm hearing there. So I'll just put this through here. So frame 7, and let's actually separate this out as well, just so we can see our phoneme pass right there. Normally I have multiple monitors, so I'll have things on different monitors. It doesn't get quite as messy as it is here. So frame 7, this is our huh sound right there. And then I believe, if I remember correctly, our blink was just before that. And let's actually look at the 24 frame per second version. Yeah, so there's a 2 frame offset here. So let me go back to Maya here. So I could put in a note here. If I'm hearing that on frame 7, the blink should probably happen here on frame 5. So there's going to be my action there. Blink, closed. And I'll just put little notes and drawings in there. So this is where I want the eyes to be closed, here on frame 5. So once again, let's, here we hear the and here 11 is the P. So this is the P, and we're starting to sound a little of the P, and then the E continues here. So you can see ha and then P. Now this is a little bit of a continuation of the right here. So I usually just do a little zigzag here to indicate that the sound continues. But with P's, B's, and M's, we want to consider that the way they read best is to have the mouth closed for 2 frames. So for an M sound, that usually means having the M closed for 2 frames while we hear that sound at least, or for as long as you hear the sound. For a P and B, because we hear the sound P when the mouth is open, this is the open mouth right here. I need to have this closed for 2 frames in order for this to read correctly. So this right here is closed in order to get the sound for the P right here, P. So ha, closed, closed, P. There's 11. 13 is the H. Ah. There's L on 16. Seventeen is I. Holiday. Holidays. Holidays. Let me listen to this again. holidays. Okay, I can hear the D. Now, let's see. 19 and 20 is the A. A. And then 23 is the Z right here. So holiday, holidays. And then we get the F here on 25. I could probably push this up one frame earlier just to help things read more clearly. Then we get the and then M right here. To 32 E right there. And then we get that E sound all the way to 37 right here. And then the mouth is not making any sound. So I just marked this out here for no sound. So from me, and here we have the T, 41. T. So there we go. So here we have the T, It's not even oo. Like as I'm listening to it here, to you. Yeah, it's not to you. So I miswrote this. Don't be afraid of editing your dialogue. It's to you. To you. I'd even almost say to you. To you. To you. To you. Yeah, it's got a little bit of an in there. So then 43 E. It's more of an E sound that I'm hearing here. EU 46. And Intrepid, thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh, I really appreciate that. Let's go. So 46 here was the oo. So just make sure that doesn't look like an S here. And then up to 49. And then we close that off. So there's our X sheet right there. Let's make it a little bit bigger so people can see it. Now, do you have to do an X sheet? No, not at all. But for me personally, I like having this available because now when I'm looking at my dialogue and I'm trying to put in my keys, I'm not having to scrub through and go, okay, wait, where do I need that sound? This frame here, this frame there. I literally just took a few minutes to write all of this down, time it all out. And now I can just take a look at this and go, okay, where's my M sound here? Right here. And it's holding from frame 28 to 31. Now I can just look at my shot here, 28 to 31, mouth closed, done. I know it. So it's, at least for me with dialogue, it helps me make sure that I hit these important sounds. And then if I want to, I can just go, okay, make notes of like, where are the important sounds? Very important right here. So let's put just like, fill this in here. Very important. And this is where we can look again at our list right there. So the H, L, somewhat important, D, somewhat important, Z, so that's going to be these two frames right here at least, probably very important right here. F, very important, these two right there. M, very important right through here. And then T, little important. Ooh, very important right through here. So looking at this, I can see, these are the shapes I need to hit and the sections I need to hit very clearly. I can also go in here and write in any notes as well. So what I've done here, just on a different monitor, that way I don't have to jump back in between. I don't usually do this for dialogue, but I'm doing this here just because I've got like 16 windows and it's very easy to lose things. I've brought in my reference, and for some reason it came in really dark, into Maya right there. So I can scrub through this and just see what is happening right there. And as I scrub through this, I can see that the motion upwards of my face starts here on frame 27. So this I can just go bip, just kind of do an arc up right there. I start to go left right here on frame, which frame am I on here? 31. So that is turn right here. And I can even have when I stop. So right here, 36. Stop. Start to go down, I would say right, let's say 40. So 40 is when I go down. So this is a hold right here. And then I get to the bottom here on 49. So I can put in all of these notes. I could put whatever images I want. Okay, yeah, that is it. I export as PNG. That would do it. Usually I export as JPEG. I don't know why I export as PNG today. So I could do that if I want. I'm not a huge fan of this personally, mostly because I like to retime things as I work, and I like to push things around and see how I can make the dialogue just a little bit more dynamic. But at least it gives me something to focus on, and at least make sure that I'm not offsetting things too much, especially when I have to hit specific beats. And this can be especially helpful when you're doing like a dance or a song number and you need to hit something specifically on a specific frame. So for example, if a character is going to hit a high note and you need that accent, that motion to really hit on that, I'd put that in there. And Calyx, thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Getting ready to dive back into AM after taking a break. Nice. I hope it was a good break. Happy you can finally watch these streams now. Yay! Well, hope you have a great time back at AM, and definitely feel free to ask any questions, and definitely drop by the dailies if you can during the term. So with all of this, at this point, I would say I'm pretty much ready to start the dialogue. The biggest things, just to quickly recap, that I want to make sure that I do with dialogue is make sure I go through a phoneme pass. That is very, very important. I want to write down the sounds that I am hearing. From there, I want to put in an inflection pass. In this case, not super helpful for me because I acted and recorded my own dialogue along with my acting, so everything's going to line up. But if you are taking a clip from an outside source that you haven't recorded, doing this will help ensure that your acting actually hits the inflections of the dialogue and you're not mismatching your dialogue and your acting together. From there, I like to do an importance pass. Which sounds are actually important to hit? Which ones do I need to make sure that I remember to hit? Honestly, you don't have to do this pass as long as you have memorized this, and over the years I just know which sounds are important now. But when you're first starting out, this can make your life a whole lot easier than scrubbing through your audio and accidentally forgetting to do an M sound somewhere. And then from there, I like to do an X sheet some of the time, not all of the time. It really depends on, honestly, it depends on what mood I'm in that day. Do I really feel like doing an X sheet? Do I feel like drawing it all out? But I do find it helpful whenever I do make an X sheet. It just makes it easy. I have this reference that I can just go back to at any point, and it's there for me. If I don't end up using it, so what? It took me a few minutes, but if I do need it, if I do look at my lip sync and play back and it's like, it's not reading, something's not reading in there, I can go back here and go, okay, let's go back to basics. Where did it go wrong? With that, let's get ready to jump into animation here. But before we do that, let's make sure to answer any questions. Let's see. So there was a question here. As someone who doesn't animate, it's crazy how interesting this stuff is. It's such fine details. Yeah, when I first started learning animation, it was jaw-dropping how much went into even the simplest thing. And it's given me a whole new appreciation for animation in general, but also just filmmaking in general. When you learn about cinematography and the language of cinema and the language of a camera, and just like how a placement of a camera can tell a whole different story, it's fascinating. And then you watch a film and it's amazing how much filmmakers and the entire pipeline have to think about just to make a scene work. It's amazing a film gets made in general. Now, let's see. I was wondering, how do you get your shot in the showcase? Is there a submission process? Yes. So when the showcase is going to open for submissions, there should be an announcement on the AM News page. I believe an email also goes out to graduates for you to submit your work then. So I'm assuming, don't take this as fact because I'm not part of that whole submission process. I believe it opens sometime in February, March, approximately. So just keep an eye out for that time. But honestly, just keep an eye out on the news page. There should be an announcement that gets made there to submit your work. I do actually have a question, but it's not too related to what you're talking about. Is it okay to ask now? Oh yeah, feel free to ask now. If it's a huge topic, I can save it for later. We do have another question from Adriano that I do want to answer later. I haven't forgotten. I actually remembered. Haha. So definitely feel free to post it here. If it's a quick enough answer, we can answer it right now. And will I give feedback today? We'll see. I do want to get a quick pass of blocking done on this shot here. Just that way, next stream next week, we can go right into refining and then just doing actual lip sync, because today's all the prep work for it. So we'll see how far we can get. If I can animate quickly, which me do something quick, if I can manage it, I'd be happy to do some feedback today. Let's see, how would you go about getting, and let's actually go full screen for this. How would you go about getting filming reference for something not realistic? Ooh, good question. I want to do a body mechanics shot to shake the rust off before the turn, and my previous mentor suggested something along the lines of animating a character landing after getting launched back by a superhero punch or something like that. Not animating that, just the landing, but I'm not sure how to prepare for something like that. So there's a few different things you can do there. First off is shoot reference yourself. Even though you're doing an exaggerated motion, a very complicated, or not complicated, exaggerated thing that would, in real life, would probably break all your bones and we would be turned into mush if we got hit by a superhero. The mechanics are going to be still similar to a regular landing. So for something like this, if you want the character to get hit and then like land backwards, just shoot some reference of yourself jumping backwards and then landing and catching yourself. Now, is it going to be one-to-one exactly what you're going to do? No. You're going to have to exaggerate. You're posing a lot, but the mechanics underneath, there's going to be a lot of similarities that you can use as a starting point. An example of this is running. Let's say you want to do a character running. If I'm running, I'm going to run like this, maybe a little bit forward, but that's the main run. I want to do a really cartoony run. So I'm going to shoot reference of myself or find reference online of someone running. And then in my animation, I'm just going to lean the character forward. And now the character is going to be doing this as they're running, which is going to make them much more like an arrow pointing through, and they're just going to, then they jump, and we get that bigger contrast from down here. Now they're up and vertical versus this and then up. And you can see already this feels stiff and boring. It's just run, 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 bounce, haha, versus run, 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 boom. And just that upwards arc makes it so much more dynamic. So, okay, more like crashing. Same thing. So in this case, it might be hard to shoot reference yourself of it, but what you can do is throw yourself backwards onto a bed, onto something soft so you don't hurt yourself. So that way you can kind of get a little bit of the mechanics of the impact of the landing, but also just look at people falling off trampolines. Look at people doing, a good one might be bull riding, where they're riding on top of a bull or like horse rodeo style stuff, and they get thrown off and then they hit the dirt. That might be some good reference, and you can kind of find an angle where the character lands and then rolls up. And then what you can do is just exaggerate it. Again, think of that squash and stretch. So for example, I love this song. Let me open up a new document here, and then no, wait, this is Photoshop. Wrong program. I've got too many programs open. Okay, let me open this up here and zoom in and then share my screen. So let's say we've got some reference of a character falling backwards, and the character falling backwards is falling. I'm doing this just out of my imagination, so this is going to be quite improper here. But they're falling something like this. And they're reaching back, trying to catch themselves as they're maybe twisting around here. So in our reference, we get this kind of pose here. It's not the most interesting. The character's back is pretty straight. It doesn't feel like they've been launched at 300 miles an hour and they're going to smash into the side of a building kind of thing. But we can take this and then just exaggerate that pose. Again, just like if I'm running, I'm going to push my character more forward. If I want to push that feeling of energy there, that feeling of strength into the punch, think of your mechanics. When you want something to feel stronger, you go with straight lines. If you make something curvier or S-shaped, those are going to be weaker curves. So if I want this throw to be extremely strong, I'll push the character to be something like this. Bend them in half. Just let those lines go really straight here. And then the arms can just do this. Now, does this mean I throw out all my reference completely? No, because as the character hits the ground, let's just do it down here. So let's do this, move this down here. So as this character hits the ground, there's going to be a reversal. Let's say the ground is over here. Now they hit, there's going to be this kind of flattening of the pose right there as they come in. And this arm, because it was back here, might hit the ground already. And you get that kind of curve like this. And I'm just drawing this super roughly. I apologize for the roughness of the drawing. So we get something like that. That's the impact frame. Well, we can kind of take that as inspiration. Now, this impact, let's just kind of skip the contact and go right into either the squash pose. So this is the stretch. Think of a bouncing ball. It hits the ground. We're going to go into the squash. So we go from here and just flatten the character out. The head is still dragging back here. So he hits with his shoulders there. And the leg is still kind of stretched out here. So we get something like this. We're just pushing that pose, making it flatter. And then from there, we might exaggerate that character so that they kind of curl up and over a little bit. So we have that energy just kind of pushing through the character a little bit. So we go from there, and I would crunch this up even more, honestly. Like just bend them in half. So we just feel that energy crushing through them. So something like that. But we're taking those same mechanics, just pushing them to an extreme. So when you're going from more realistic animation into more cartoony and exaggerated animation, going based off of real life reference is a good start. Now, from there, you want to find something and do a master study of it. The master study is just analyze what other people have done. Look at a bunch of Superman cartoons. Look at a bunch of Marvel movies. Look at Hulk movies, things like that. Find those films where they have already animated something like this and see what they did to make it work. Master studies are important. Master studies are not just copying. That's not what we're doing. What we're doing with master studies is analyzing something that is already successful, that have done it well, so that we don't have to learn and try to avoid all the mistakes that they already avoided. Why do all of the same mistakes? Why fall into the exact same pitfalls that they ran into when they were animating it, when we can see, oh, that's what worked? Let's take that and experiment from there and make something that works for my scene based on this knowledge. So I would shoot some reference or find some reference and then study. Do master studies of actual films, see what they do, and that should get you a solid start to the whole thing. So I hope that helps. I hope that answers your question. And if you have more questions, definitely let me know. And the troll, thank you for the reminder. I really appreciate that. So how would you go about getting film? Oh wait, no, that's the same one. Are there any usefulness to phoneme extractors that list the phonemes used in a recording in order, like the advanced skeleton plugin? I know in animation it would be too articulate, but would it save time and remove some unnecessary phonemes? It is somewhat useful. It really depends on the shot. So the big problem with phoneme extractors or plugins that will take a line of dialogue, you just feed the line of dialogue in and then it just gives you the mouth motion, is that it can sometimes overcomplicate it or take away the personality of the character behind it. And at least for me, when I'm doing lip sync, that's above and beyond the most important thing is, who is this character? How do they speak? Not just what is the generalization of speech. So for example, let's say I've got a character who's very tight-lipped and very stressed out. Their teeth are going to be clenched together, and you can see I can say this whole sentence and my teeth stay clenched. I might be grinding my teeth around. I can really get a whole different performance versus someone who over enunciates all of their words, and overall my dialogue hasn't changed all that much. Certain sounds definitely feel more exaggerated, but it's not that much different than when I'm talking like this, and you can see my jaw is a lot less. So in that sense, they can be deceptive if you use them just one-to-one and go, I got my dialogue, yeah. Instead, you want to take it more in the sense of a first pass, kind of like motion capture, essentially. It's giving you something to start with, and now you have to either add or remove, and both, elements to get the dialogue to work correctly for your shot. So they're not a bad thing, you just don't want to rely on them. Just like any tool, honestly. So it is a starting point and can be a very decent starting point. So I hope that helps. Yeah, the big thing is just don't fall into the habit of, and it's done. Hey, that's exactly what it should do because the computer told me so. We don't want to fall into that. It's the same with any tween machine, tween tool. Tween tools are amazing. They speed up our workflow so much. But if we become reliant on them, it can be very annoying more than anything else. And Daniel, hello! It's nice to see you again. Hope you're doing well. And let's see, there's a question here. What's my take on motion capture? Motion capture is a great tool. It really is. But that's what it is a tool. And it's one of those things where any project that kind of touts itself as totally motion captured, everything was motion captured and the whole project was done through motion capture. Yeah. Okay, true. A lot of motion capture was probably taken, probably 90% of the film, if not close to 100, might have been done with some form of motion capture or another. But more than likely, 90% to almost 100% of the film had the motion capture edited or even reanimated by animators afterwards. They just don't like to hype that up as much because it's not as catchy. So a good example of this was Planet of the Apes. When those films came out, it was very heavily touted as all motion captured, and the performance were all captured with all this new technology, and wow, it's amazing. Almost every scene in that is touched by an animator at some point, because you put a human in a motion capture suit, they're just not going to move like a gorilla or like an orangutan. Have you seen orangutans? Their arms are like twice the length of their body and their legs are super short. There's no way you can replicate that in a motion capture suit. Technically, you can scale the limbs in the program afterwards, but it's still not going to line up correctly. So an animator has to go through it. It has to happen in some way or another. Facial acting. You change facial acting so much when you're going into a program, and when you change the proportions of a face. Something that might look good on my face, when you add that to a chimpanzee who has more of a muzzle than a human does, we have very flat faces, that could change the entire performance. You had Smaug from the Hobbit films. They took motion capture of Benedict Cumberbatch's face to animate Smaug. Does that mean that they just used that with no changes whatsoever? No, because Smaug is a dragon. Dragons don't have cheeks, they just have a jaw, and it extends way back here where their mouth connects. They're a lizard, very lizard-like. And then they've got a big long muzzle. Your facial poses are not going to be super appealing on a dragon straight through. So they're going to have to edit it, and they can use that reference and that motion capture as inspiration. It is not garbage. It is not just throw it away. Oh, what useless stuff it is. No, it is super helpful. It's essentially like ultimate reference. We shoot reference for our shots. Motion capture is ultimate reference. You can see it from all angles. You can take elements of it and just drop it into your scene if you really like a part of it. It's great. But it is not the be-all, end-all. That's the important thing. So, yeah. I hope that answers the question there. Speaking of mocap, could it be used for reference like video, or would it just be cleaned up? Yeah, like I just said, it can definitely be used as a reference. It can be cleaned up. It can be totally thrown out if you need to. I know a lot of shots in films where they had motion capture for that moment, and either the director or the animator, it wasn't working the way they wanted it to. So they just reanimated from scratch, all hand keyed, just to get a better feel for that moment. So it really depends on the shot. Sometimes you'll clean it up. Sometimes you'll use parts of it. Sometimes you'll only use it for reference. Other times you're going to throw it out completely and do something totally different. So let's answer this last question here, and then we'll jump back into the demo. So there's a question. Any tips on how to jump into Class 4 Animation Mentor? So Class 4 Animation Mentor is the pantomime assignment. You're going to be doing 2 shots. One is going to be a pantomime shot, and then the next is going to be a dialogue shot. So both of those are going to be very tricky for your first time animating them if you haven't done any shots like that before. So the biggest tips of advice I would have for you, number 1 and most important, start looking for your dialogue now. Do not wait until the Class 4 assignment that says to find your dialogue. Look for clips now. If you're not sure how long the clips need to be, if you're not sure what kind of clips you need to do, look at the class that ran now, like go through the campus, look at the Class 4 assignments, look at the types of dialogue shots that they were looking for, and use that as a guide, as an inspiration. You could even message a Class 4 student and go, hey, what are the specifics of the length of the dialogue clips that we need to find? Search for it now. And for those of you in Class 4 and going to Class 5, look for your dialogue now. Always try to look for dialogue so much sooner than you can. You do not want to have to wait till the last minute and then have to settle with a dialogue shot that, or a piece of dialogue that you're okay with. So find those pieces of dialogue. Very, very important. Get a whole bunch of them, not just 3. Find a whole bunch. It's gonna, if you find a whole bunch of them that are really good, you're just gonna have dialogue shots for later anyway. So hey, might as well. So that's number 1. Now, when you're going into the pantomime assignment, the most important thing is to keep in mind that it is a pantomime assignment, not an acting shot, not a dialogue shot. Pantomime. Pantomime is body acting. It is not facial acting. The point of the pantomime shot is not to do a whole bunch of facial animation. It is to act with the body and tell a story through the body. Ideally, the way your pantomime assignment should work is you should be able to put a polygon cube on top of your character's head, and you still should be able to read the entire idea of the shot. You just put a box there, everything else should read. When you take that box off, everything else is still reading. So don't think of it like an acting shot where you have to do all this face stuff. Think of it more as a body mechanic shot that you will then add face elements to, expressions and whatnot. And don't be afraid of not getting to the face fully in the end of that shot. You're gonna have a very tight deadline, but you want to focus on the performance first. Most important thing. You can always come back to the face a little later. Now, also on that, keep it simple. Don't do a super complicated pantomime shot with tons of flips and all of this stuff, because you're going to be animating something you've never animated before, a face. You do want to get to that if you can. So don't use... don't do something that's super complicated that's going to take a ton of time just to get the body mechanics in place, because you're never going to get to the face. Try to think of how you can tell a clear, concise story simply. Now, simple doesn't mean boring. That's a misconception. Simple just means without a ton of extra stuff that just gets in the way. Then, like Miguel mentioned here, if you do use the facial controls, try to keep them very basic to start with. Definitely do some studying on facial expressions if you're going to start doing facial poses. Look at what makes appealing facial poses. Study facial expressions. You don't want to just throw in random facial expressions with no point of reference, or else it's just going to look weird. So from there, you'll go into your dialogue shot. Now, the dialogue shot, once again, is going to be all about the acting. That's this whole demo here today, is the importance of dialogue is, or what makes dialogue really work is your body mechanics and your accents and all of the stuff that runs underneath it. So yes, you're going to want to go into lip sync. You're going to want to make that character look like they're speaking. But honestly, if you never get to the lips during class 4, I would much rather see, like from my students, I would much rather see you not get to the lips, but sell a believable, awesome performance just in the way they move and hit the accents at the right time and just make me believe that they feel this thing. Put in the eyes, put in the expressions, put in the movement of the character, and then you can layer in the mouth. So you want to focus on body mechanics. It's all like you did multiple classes of body mechanics up to this point. You don't want to throw those away. And that's probably the biggest thing that I see happen is as soon as people get to class 4 and 5, your fundamentals and your 2 body mechanics classes that you've already taken go out the window. And now it's just trying to do the acting portion. Acting is just body mechanics. That's really what it is. So don't lose track of that. So with that, let's see, in terms of dialogue, the biggest thing is keep the dialogue short. Don't go for the maximum length of dialogue that you can. It's going to be your first dialogue shot. Keep it as short as possible. That way you can focus again more on the acting, the performance, the body mechanics, and less on trying to learn a ton of lip sync stuff for like a huge dialogue where the character's talking really fast and they're doing a lot of complicated mouth motions. They're just talking. No, don't do that. Try to keep it simple. It doesn't have to be long lines of dialogue. You can fill in the rest of the shot with a performance instead. So, yeah. And then in terms of the dialogue, it's really just finding something interesting to listen to. You don't want a monotone dialogue like this, like A to the J mentioned. You want some change of emotion. You want to tell a story a little bit. Something dynamic, clear, no background noises, no background music if you can avoid it. Something nice and clear. And then try to change the idea from the original source. So if you take a dialogue clip and the original source is a character sitting at a restaurant eating a piece of steak while talking to someone across the table, and you animate your scene as a person sitting at a restaurant eating a piece of steak while talking to someone across the table, it's not going to be interesting. You want to try and change it as much as possible. Maybe instead of sitting at a restaurant, they're in their kitchen preparing the meal as they're talking to someone. Maybe they're at the theater eating popcorn. Maybe then there's not even food in there at all, and they're just walking through the park, enjoying a beautiful day, walking, just enjoying nature, or maybe taking some pictures or something like that. Change the scene. Try to come up with something believable. You don't want to, if you can hear restaurant sounds and everything in the dialogue, and they're just walking in a park, that's going to be a little strange. So you want to kind of pay attention to that. But as much as you can, try to change it from the original source. Don't just copy it. I've seen a lot of people do that where they take a piece of dialogue, and I've seen 1 or 2 where it's really just, they just animated the scene. They just took the scene from the film and they animated it straight, right? Scene for scene, beat for beat, the same thing. Do not do that. A big reason for that is that recruiters aren't just looking for your animation skills. It might be the best animated version of that scene possible. Perfect, great. But a big part of what recruiters are looking for in your reels is also creativity. How can you tell a story, and how can you bring your own element to that story? And if all you're doing is copying a scene that was already in the film, that shows them that there's no creativity there, that it's just copy paste essentially. And it might be beautifully animated, but it's not gonna sell them. It's not gonna wow them. So you want to come up with an interesting dynamic idea for your scene. And again, it doesn't have to be complex. You don't have to have a character doing flips as they're doing the line of dialogue. It can be very simple. It could just be a character sitting there and just have a good interesting performance to the way they say the line. So yeah, I hope that helps. And then yeah, Daniel, that's a great point there. Just because it's pantomime doesn't mean you need to act like a cartoon character in your reference. We can always try to exaggerate our reference later and push our acting in the shots. But you don't want to have a character like, oh, and do these big motions through your acting, because then it's not going to be believable. It'll feel forced. And then when you're trying to put in your shot, it's just not going to feel genuine. Try to go for more of a genuine performance and then exaggerate it from there, versus trying to be very cartoony and then it just feels acted. Also, you don't want to just stand there stiff as the board and not move at all. You can just do this. That's not going to be that interesting. The biggest thing is find out who your character is, see how you can put those elements into your character. So yeah, I hope that helps. If you have more questions on that, definitely let me know. So with that, I'm trying to think if I missed any questions here. Oh, I wanted to wait till there was an opening. There's an opening. But I wanted to tell you that I got that Game Studio job. Nice, congrats. It's only a junior level animator position, but I will gladly take it. That's awesome. Congrats, that's huge. Thanks for all your help over the years. Never would have made it without your guidance. Oh, my pleasure. I'm so glad that you got that job. Because last time we talked, you were still... like, were you going for the second round of interviews, I believe it was? Or your first interview? I can't remember. It's been a while. I haven't streamed in a while. But that's awesome. Congrats. I'm so glad you got it. Definitely, once you have work that you can share... once that project is released, definitely feel free to share it. I'd love to see what you animated on and worked on. Second interview, that's what it was. They had me do 2 animation tests and took 4 months, but I got it. Wow, that's a long process. But congrats, that's huge. 4 months, wow. Let's see. So, with that, unless there's any other questions, let's jump back into the demo, because I've got about 45 minutes left before I have to get going. We could probably extend a little bit, but I do want to try and block out some of the stuff right in here. So going back to our shot, here we have our X sheet here with all of our timed out dialogue, and we've got our dialogue right here. I can tone this volume down here just so it's not super loud for all of you. And let's see. So we've got the dialogue, we've got our character. I've set up the scene. So I've just got my character in here, ready to go. We can start animating. Now, like I said before, the first thing I'm going to animate is not the dialogue. I'm not going to animate the dialogue. I want to get the body mechanics in there first. I want to get the performance in there. Now, for the sake of speed here, I'm going to try and animate this pretty simply. I'll probably be animating the IK control here versus using the whole spine and the hips. I don't typically recommend this. It's not a bad thing once you understand body mechanics, but it can lead to just the character like doing this and sliding around and feeling broken. And if you're not sure what you're doing, it can make your character feel very disjointed. In this case, because I'm doing just the shoulders up and I'm not going to see anything lower, I can get away with this as long as I keep in mind my body mechanics and how the body would actually move underneath the character. And this just saves me time. I have a whole lot less controls that I need to focus on. So that's the way I'm going to be animating this here, mostly for time purposes, because I don't want to spend 3 weeks animating a tiny little shot like this, especially because I'm going to be talking through the process the whole time too. So to animate this, essentially what I'm going to do is just do a quick pass on the body mechanics and the head accents. And I'm going to make sure that I'm, oops, not play blast. I don't want to play blast. My mouse cursor got offset. That's why. There we go. Okay, so I want to go into my options here. And I'm just going to make sure that my default in and out tangents are set to auto ease. I like to block things out in splines here. And then let's just start posing things out. I'm going to do a mixture of layered and pose to pose for this body mechanics, just because it's fairly simple. There's kind of an overall subtlety to the shot and the motions, and I don't want to have to key a ton just for this. So we're going to be kind of doing a mixture here. So let's just get the character in place. Now, if you remember my reference here, I'm just going to bring this in right there so you can see. You'll notice that I have this big head turn at the beginning of the shot here. And this is just because this take that I did for my reference, I was looking at the side and then I remembered, oh yeah, I'm supposed to be looking at the camera. So I'm actually going to remove that and just have the character staring at the camera or like towards the person they're talking to right from the start, and tone down that head turn a little bit. So this is where we don't have to copy our reference one-to-one. We can just build elements of it. So let's have the character turn here. Now, if I turn the character's head, you'll notice that his eyes follow along. For this shot, because he's going to be looking at something specific, I'm going to have his eyes stay in place right here. So something like that. Okay. Now, first things first, I'm going to get a decent pose here. So let's get the head angle in place here. Let's relax the neck. Now, this is something you'll notice on certain rigs. Jules has this from time to time, depending on your setup. And for some reason, my keyboard is not... Oh, the language got changed. The joy of multilingual keyboards. You'll notice that there's a little line right here. I don't even know if it's coming up on the stream. There's a little just seam on the eye right there. If you're ever seeing something like that on any texture, what you can do is go to your rendering editors, Hypershade. I'm going to find the eye texture. I believe it's this one. And I'm going to take the actual texture and turn off the filter type. And now that line goes away. So the filter type, basically, it just adds a slight blur to a texture to kind of make it feel a little bit more organic, I guess you could say. But sometimes, depending on how the texture is laid out, it's going to create a seam where the UVs meet. So I just do that, and now I don't get any seam whatsoever. Now, do you recommend we keep the follow at 1 or 0.7? To start with, I usually keep it at 1 or 0. And then I'll change it as I animate if I feel like it's causing issues. This way I'm not having to fight both controls kind of, what would be the right word? Both controls moving at the same time. At this point, I just want to make sure that if I put the eyes somewhere, they stay where I put them. And then later on, if I feel like I need that organic connection, I can adjust the follow line slightly. And I did scale the eyes slightly, as well as his nose. I made it a little bit bigger. I like to work with rigs, especially rigs like student rigs or school rigs that have kind of what would be the right word? A default look to them that a lot of people tend to use. I will often just scale the proportions a little bit. Make it a little bit more dynamic, a little bit more interesting, and a little different. It doesn't have to be much. I even scaled his ears up a little bit more. Yes, I changed the pupils as well. That's just a note that I almost always tell people. Change the pupil size, make them a little bit smaller. Normally they're much bigger, and it just makes the characters... If a lot of rigs have that as their default. It makes them look a little too cute, for lack of a better term. Yeah, on drugs is another way of putting it. And I want the character to feel a little bit more like an adult, less like a teenager or a kid, if that makes sense. Okay, so we've got that in there. That's a pretty good pose to start with. So let's make sure everything's keyed here. Good. I'm going to go forward. I've got my reference open on my other monitor here. And what I'm going to do, let me actually, because we don't need to see the phoneme sheet just yet, I'm just going to put it over here. And what I'm looking for is extremes. So here we have the beginning. I'm definitely not having the character look off to the side like I am here. And now I'm going to look for the extreme. Where does my nose kind of move to? And right here, I would say frame 11 is approximately the extreme right there. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to key everything right there. And now I could just turn the head like this. So I'm going to turn the head. It kind of faces more towards the front. I don't want to go all this way here. I think that's going to be too much for this shot. And I'm not going to have the character talking to camera. I'm going to have him talking to someone off screen, I think. We'll see. I might change it as we go and block this out a little bit more. But as I'm doing this, I could just turn the head because we can see that's the biggest change there. But if we kind of look at my shot now, you can see how disjointed that feels. Whereas if I do the same thing here, look at the body motion. You can really feel it moving to the side right through there. So this is one of my favorite things to do when I'm blocking out a shot, is just set a key on these extreme moments and then compare what's moving in my shot versus my reference and where do my eyes focus. So my eyes definitely focus on the face. There's that big turn there. I want that to be very big and clear. And I might actually exaggerate this right there, like so, something like that. The tilt of the head also increases quite a bit there. But we've got that body motion through there. The body is sliding to the side. It's rotating slightly here. You can definitely feel that little bit of twist in there. So I'm going to do that. The body, this is where the IK, if you're not careful, will cause issues. If I'm just moving this side to side, he's going to feel like a robot. There's this lean forward. So the character is actually doing this as they're going across. So I'm going to push this forward slightly as well. And then there's also an upwards motion here, because as I'm sitting here off to the side, as I go up, see here, I'm rotating on my hips and then back down. And there's an arc to this motion here. So I'm not just going perfectly side to side. That would make this character look very mechanical and boring. So I'm going to have to adjust all of that here. Now, normally, if you're animating the entire spine and animating the entire body mechanics for the shot, that wouldn't be a problem. You wouldn't have to think about all of that. But because we're using the IK, we cannot forget it, or else the character will feel like IK. Now, he's also raising his head here, so I want a little bit of sympathetic motion in the neck, but I don't want to raise it up higher than I already had here. So I'm just going to go back to that first frame and lower it down a little bit. Otherwise, I'd have to take this frame and bring this up, and now the character looks like they're talking like this instead of that more relaxed neck pose. So we're getting something like this. Now, you'll notice that the body tends to move a little bit more than what I'm seeing here, but that's actually okay. I'm okay with that. As long as my focus is still on the face here. Now, I'm not going to worry too much about eye direction right now, because that's going to change depending on how I adjust the body mechanics underneath. I want to do a quick pass of the shot, just make sure I get the motion through here. Okay, and I don't need to hear the audio right now, so I'm just going to go to audio right here and just set this to off. Now we don't have the audio as we're scrubbing through. So from here, There's going to be a hold from frame 11 to frame 15 approximately. But I'm just going to go right here. Let's say frame 25. Yeah. So that's when I get back into position there. So let's key everything here. I'm just doing a quick blocking pass because I want to make sure my body mechanics work. Now, if I look compared to the last pose to the first pose, you'll notice that the last pose is further screen left than where I started. So that's an important thing to keep note of here. Does it mean that I have to do that? No, not at all. But it just gives me something to work off of, and then I can adjust it later. So we get something like this. Maybe a little too much. Yeah, something more like that. There's more of a tilt to the body this way. I feel like there's still more twist going there. And the body still goes up even more. So I'm stretching up. I started slouched, and I'm stretching up through this motion here. Now I'm favoring a little bit more of the top here. So I want a bigger change between these two poses and a smaller change upwards into this pose. I pull back quite a bit here. So I might actually bring this slightly forward. So we get that little bit of a forward lean to the body as the body also goes forward. So I'm kind of tilting this way. And then as the character comes through here, they go back and then they rotate up here. You can see that very slight in the chest right there. So now we're getting that nice arc through the body. Even just with these three poses, you can feel that arc going through. If you watch that button right there at the top of his neck. So we're using the IK control, but we are trying to think of the entire body mechanics that is going underneath this character here. Now here, the head is going to angle up just a little bit more. Twist a little bit. But not a huge change there. If anything, I would say the neck is going to go back just a little bit further. Very subtly. Okay. Now, I want to capture this pose right here. This is going to be the moment before the big head turn. And it's also the accent of the head going up slightly. So let's key all of this right here. And you can see here, we just get that head movement right there. It's weird just looking at the face, just going back and forth here. Now, before I do that, go to the face and the head, I'm just going to look at the body. So the body is still going slightly screen left, goes up slightly. It's sympathetic here. As I'm lifting my head, it's kind of raising the entire body up slightly. So I'm going to do that. Now, I haven't animated the clavicles. I'll layer those in afterward because they're so subtle. I don't want to get stuck trying to do all of these tiny little tweaks for every single pose. Now here I'm feeling like I'm going too far to the side and there's too much rotation happening here. I want to feel that upwards motion, not the sideways motion. More like that. Now I could also have the graph editor open for this. But honestly, I don't feel like I need it right at this moment. So now we're going to angle the head up. I'm going to push this quite a bit right here. feel like I need a bigger change right there. So I need to feel that difference between these two poses right here. And then we feel that. Just as a note here, look at how much my nostrils are exaggerated right there. You can see them narrow down with my mouth as it's coming in there. So that's definitely something I'll want to get in there. Okay, so we've got that. Our next hold is going to start right here on 36. So let's key that. So again, what's the big changes? We see the body is dropping right here as the head kind of goes up slightly right there. And I also feel a rotation, a breath in there. So I'm going to bring this down, push this down, up, down. Little rotation here. Now you'll notice that I haven't been doing the forward back translation. I'm actually going to do that in the graph editor after. So this is, like I was talking about, the layered approach. That's where it's going to come in. This way I'm not having to try and think of every tiny little detail in the body. And then the body is actually starting to turn back here. Right there. So it kind of swings back. So if I'm just looking at the body mechanics here, as we go through, we can feel those arcs coming through already. Okay. So the head here, and actually the body should go a little forward. I'm going to put that as a note for myself because he's doing this. So we're going to have a forward translation in there. The neck is going to go forward because the chest is rotating slightly, but the head itself is going to counter that. So we're going to have this like offset. Everything here is going down. The head is overlapping up slightly as it twists around. And you'll notice that I'm leading with my chin a little bit more. My forehead, if I put my cursor here, you'll notice it doesn't change that much. But if I look at my chin, you can see that's changing a lot right there. That's telling me that my chin is leading the action right there in that turn. So I want to really push that right here. See how now that forehead line right there isn't really changing. The chin moving quite a bit. It's that rotate Z of the head there. And already that's helping to break up that action right there. We've only got 5 poses, but we can already start to feel those arcs and that motion through. So next, this is going to be a slow motion. I'm going to try to push the spacing on this quite a bit more than what we're getting here in the reference. Let's go frame 50. Actually, no, I'll go 48. I want this to be a little faster. I'll try to push things a little bit more in terms of spacing. The big problem here is I can't push too much in terms of timing because I need to hit certain beats at certain times and hit the accents in the right place. If I just retime my whole head motion, I'm not going to see things work out correctly. But what I can do is change how fast they go from pose to pose. So for example, let's have 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So let's start here. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. It took me 2 counts of 3 to get from here to here. So 6, a 6 count right there. I can go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And I still hit in that same, I kind of hit a little early, but 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So I still hit on that 6 count, but I just didn't slide through. The timing stayed the same. I just changed the spacing. more than anything. Now, how did I track that movement? That the neck was moving because the chest was? Because the head is countering it. So if I look here, and I look essentially at the wrinkles, yay, the one thing I found is it gets easier to track certain things as you get older and get more wrinkles. So right here, you see that line in the neck? It's just the pinch line right there. There's a line right there. And as I go here, I can see that line go down. As the body is going forward, I can see the angle of the neck, if I look at the back here, change ever so slightly. It's not much. I'm not doing this, but it's just a little bit of motion. But I also see that the nose, if I go left to right here, is not going down. If the nose was following the body, it would be doing this. But the body is going down and the neck is following that. So the head is tilting and I'm getting that counter motion. It's very slight, but it's in there. Now here we have the body go back. So it's still tilting down here, I feel. Maybe actually no, it's tilting a little bit more up. It's a little bit back. It comes up slightly, but the big thing is it's going backwards here. So we get that arc. Now this is going to feel a little weird. Mostly because I need the down pose here, which would be... Where's the down? It's like somewhere right in the middle here. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to exaggerate this a little bit. A little lower there. I'm also going to tweak the angle of the body. And let's get that head angle in place here. So the head is actually twisting more this way. And we get a slight tilt like that. And I want to get that lower angle right there. Okay, now this is, everything else so far has felt pretty good as I'm blocking this out. As I'm going between these two poses, I'm feeling like I'm missing information. Something is missing in this movement that I want to get in there. And essentially what this means is I need a breakdown. I need to put in more information through here so that I am not getting lost and losing track of things. The other thing I'm noticing is I'm feeling way too much motion in the body. See that? How we can feel those shoulders popping back, but in my reference, they're just going upwards more than anything. So I want to kind of get that feeling in there. Now, again, this is not a matter of copying our reference. I am not trying to rotoscope this. I'm just trying to capture the little elements in here while I'm blocking it out that I can then exaggerate and make more dynamic later on, versus not having them and then having to make things up or hope that I get some organic motion in there. So let's actually break this down a little bit here. I'm just going to go halfway, I think. So 36 to 48, 12 frames. How do I want to break this up? I could go halfway, but then that's 6 and 6. And then I guess it's a slow enough motion. I could do it on 3s. Yeah. Normally I'm not a fan of breaking things down on 3s. I prefer 2s and 4s just because it's a little harder to get down to 1s if I need it. But honestly, for this, it's such a slow motion, it's not going to make too much of a difference. And it'll just keep things from getting too many keys too early. but do I want? This is me second guessing myself right away. Actually, no. Let's do this on 4s. This is just me being picky more than anything. So here, because I'm animating in spline mode, I put in a breakdown right here on frame 40. And you can see it's already moving down. Perfect. Haha. It's already giving me free motion, which is very nice. But as I'm doing this, I'm noticing, or not that I'm noticing, but it's creating a very linear motion. So you can see here how on frame 40, the head is already starting to come down quite quickly. But if we look at my shot here, the head is going down a little bit, but just a tiny, tiny bit. I would say the majority of the motion is almost, it's just the jaw more than anything. So I'm going to take this here, and I'm going to favor the pose previous. Now, you could use a tween tool for something like this. So I could just take the Animbot tween tool and bring this back up here. So it favors the previous pose more like that. Great. So if you have Animbot, yay, it's super helpful. But let's say you don't have Animbot. For whatever reason, you just don't have a tween tool like that. I just want to favor the previous pose. Well, if you're using spline blocking, I can just go up here, find a pose I like. So from frame 36, maybe I like frame 38 a little bit more right there. I feel like that's a nice small change. I'm just going to take this, middle mouse drag it to frame 40, which essentially holds that pose and moves it to frame 40, set a key. And now from frame 36 to 40, we have this new tween. It's essentially the exact same thing. That's what Tween Machine is doing. It's taking things and favoring. So now I've got that smaller range of motion before a big drop right here. And then I can just tweak a little bit more. So I don't want too much tilt on the head yet. And I don't want too much rotation Y. It's mostly that X right there and a little bit of Z, like so. So now we get that small change, boom, down. So Tween Machine doing this, same thing. And this is where the editor would also be useful, the graph editor. So if I was to bring this up here, this is where we could really start seeing where we're favoring things and where things need to have a little bit more emphasis, but it's not necessary. I will say that I love the graph editor. I love keeping it open. I tend to have it open most of the time, honestly. But for animation demos like this, it kind of makes things small. And also, I just kind of want to show that it's not necessary. As long as you're thinking of the same principles, it's the same thing. We're just doing more visually than we are doing it through the graph editor. The other thing is at this point, it can be very easy to get lost in the graph editor and start to try and make things too perfect based on what the curves should be doing. The curve should be nice and smooth and all of this stuff. And I don't really care what the graph is doing right now. All I want to do is capture the physical motion of the character. So by focusing more on just the posing, I can get that to be a little bit more clear, if that makes sense. I feel like there's too much motion here. Need to favor this down. So this is definitely a place where the graph editor would come in handy. I'm noticing a pop in the body right there, so that would be helpful. But let's focus on the head motion first, just because it's going to be very important. So the head motion here is still favoring up. Still, I can see that by looking at the shape under my nose right here. I can see the underside of the nose. So underside of the nose, underside of the nose. Can't see the underside of the nose right there. So this is telling me that this is still favoring that up pose right there. We're getting a big twist in Z of the head here. as well as some twist in Y. Okay. Now this motion here is feeling too disconnected right there. We got this big drop in the head, but the body isn't really reacting. So I want the body to have a big reaction through there, like that. So we get that sympathetic motion. Now this might be a little too big. I can tone that down later. Okay. I'm watching the arc of the nose that I'm creating here. It's kind of a slight S shape right in here. We'll be able to refine that later, but get that in there. And then right here, I feel like the neck needs a little bit of sympathetic motion there. It's that line was feeling too straight. Hey, Mally, I'm glad that you were able to watch something while you were on the train. Hopefully it was an interesting watch while you're on the train. That's kind of weird to think that people are watching this while they're commuting. It's awesome. Like, it really is awesome. Just weird. I always imagine people just like sitting at their computers. Okay, something here is catching my eye. I think it's the body. It kind of just freezes right here. So I think I might just need to push it a little bit more. Something like that. Okay. Things are starting to feel a little spliny right here. And if they're feeling spliny and blocking, that means they're definitely going to feel spliny when you go into splines. That's a little better. So I just pushed the spacing of the nose here. And the body is still feeling a little off. It's this motion right here. It just dies very quickly. But I'm going to push that in the graph editor. I think I just need a little rotation in there. As long as I keep track of it and I know about it. Let's see. I have trouble focusing on what I'm animating, which makes me lose the flow I had going. What can an animator do to help get their focus on their shot back? This is personal for everyone. So for me, I listen to music when I'm animating. It helps me focus. If I don't listen to music, it's very easy to lose track. I try to close off any social media. So I don't want to text, I don't want to chat, I don't want to look at emails while I'm animating because that's just going to distract me and pull me out of the flow. And then additionally, I feel like this needs to be a little lower. Additionally, what I like to do is if I really have a hard time focusing, talk to yourself. Like what I'm doing right here, where it's like, okay, where's my next pose? Okay, I'm looking for the extreme. Where is that next extreme here? Honestly, there's not too much, so I'm going to find out where I kind of come to a stop, which is right around here. And I'm talking to myself. I'm explaining to myself, what am I looking for? And with that, at least for me, what I find is that it helps me to understand things a little bit more, stay focused on what I'm doing, versus just kind of getting lost in the headspace of just putting keys randomly and hoping for the best. Now, you don't have to speak out loud, but I do try to have a little bit of just that thought process going. I'm always asking myself questions as I'm animating. Do I want something in that position there? Do I want, like right here, what's happening? Okay, I'm seeing a tilt to the body. I'm seeing the shoulders go over there. I'm also seeing a little bit of an upwards motion. So I'll put that in there. And you just kind of tell yourself these things. And it helps you kind of stay in the motion, I guess you could say, if that makes sense. It's not just saying nothing. It's trying to be observant. So here, for example, I'm noticing that the nose is coming down, the head's starting to come up a little bit, and the nose also overlaps back this way. So we're getting that. Okay. So we've got all that. So I hope that answers the question. The biggest thing is you have to find the things that help you stay focused, regardless of what they are, or find the things that distract you and remove them from the equation. So some people can't listen to music. So remove music from the equation. If it's a fact of your environment, we did a whole talk on this before, but if you have an environment where you're just constantly being distracted, try to do something for that environment to help yourself. So for example, my desk is right next to a hallway that a lot of people tend to walk by. So in order to make it easier for me to focus, because as soon as someone walks by, my first instinct is, huh? And like, do they want something from me? Am I being called for something? Are they, like, it just distracts me right away. And it every time it pulls my attention away. So what I have is this partition here. It's just a partition screen that I've set up at my desk. And when I want to work, I just close that partition there. So now my office is just, it's tiny, but it kind of blocks it off. So now people can walk by and it doesn't bother me. I've got my headphones on so I don't hear anything if they're walking by. And now I can focus and I don't feel like I'm always being pulled away. So you need to change the environment that you're in. You need to set yourself up for success by removing the distractions and finding the things that help you focus. For me, music. Music is too loud. I can't see type of thing. I generally go back and forth between music and no music. Usually I can work with music, but if I'm really struggling with something, then I turn it off. I'm similar in the sense that if I'm trying to do something timing based in animation where I have to hit a very specific rhythm and cadence, I have to turn off the music because I want to really feel out the shot. Or likewise, if I'm doing dialogue, I cannot listen to lyrics in music. It has to be instrumental or else I'm going to get totally knocked off balance. I know some people who listen to podcasts while they animate. I know some people who listen to this stream while they animate. I can't do that. I've tried listening to streams while I animate or work. And the problem is I keep wanting to go, huh, what are they doing? Let me just watch and observe. And then I don't work. So as much as I wish I could, I just can't. Same thing with YouTube videos. If it's something that's too precise, like I could do Let's Plays sometimes, but oftentimes I have to just do music because I want to look at what they're doing on screen. I just have to look. It's too shiny. So yeah, I hope that helps. Let's see, do it, play blast and flip it, or get some eye rest for a couple minutes and come back. That's another way to just kind of refresh your eye and refocus on a shot in a different way, which is also really, really good. My previous job was during these streams, so I tried to just listen in when walking around the store, but it's kind of hard to gain info from animation demos without seeing them. Yeah, very true. So it's nothing wrong if you put so many breakdowns that blocking already feels splined. Nope, not at all. Oftentimes before I go into true splines, like technically I'm already in splines, you can see here, but before I actually like start playing it back like this, I'm going to typically have keys every 3 to 4 frames, sometimes on 2s, sometimes even on 1s for certain sections. For this shot, probably not. I'm not going to need that many because it's kind of slow motions and a lot of holds, but don't be afraid of putting too many keys as long as they are well thought out keys. If you're just putting a ton of keys and not thinking through why things are moving and how to move them, that's just being messy, really. See, I've recently found myself just working in silence. Like I'd used to have like a podcast or something background noise, but these past few weeks, I just turn my phone over and just work. Nice. Yeah, that's another thing. Just don't be afraid of changing your workflow. There will be times where certain times I just can't focus with a certain type of music that I normally listen to. So usually I listen to video game music, just like on this stream here. Sometimes I'll be working, it's like I can't focus. So I'll switch to a YouTube video, or I'll switch to jazz music, or I'll switch to like a YouTube playlist of something else. Other times I just can't focus with anything. Sometimes I can't even focus with my headphones on. I just like my head feels uncomfortable with the headphones on. It just looks weird now that I take my headphones off. It's like my head is too small. I always wear headphones on the streams. It's exactly Fraucus. So yeah, sometimes I'll just have to work with my headphones off because it's too annoying for some reason. So don't be afraid to change it up and find the thing that makes you work best in the moment. And then, yeah, I can't get off think that you're just looking at yourself with attitude. Yeah, the guy above me is just so condescending. Just, sure, right. He's taking everything I'm saying and just making a mockery of it all. Let's see. Music is too loud. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I've just arrived. Is it possible that you play the animation that you have so far? It's going to be rough. It's very rough pass here. So let me play it. I'll frame through. So this is what we have so far. We're just getting the main motions. You'll notice that like right here, I'm feeling this is too much side to side right there. I'm feeling that more than the head motion. It feels like he's crashing over and then crashing back. So I'm going to turn that down. I'm also feeling that I'm missing some sideways motion here. I feel like the momentum gets lost. So I'm going to have to build that in there. But if I play back just like this, it's just horrible. I do not have nearly enough keys to just play back in splines. It just looks like a mess. Now, why? Why does it look like a mess? Because a lot of people will block things out and they'll get to this point and it's like, what went wrong? Well, two important things. One is I'm missing important breakdowns. For example, here, how does my character go from a head turn one direction to another? And I actually feel like I could push this a little bit more. The eyes can look forward, but I can still have that head twist. So how do they get through there? Do they arc downwards? Do they arc upwards? Do they lead with the top of the head? Do they lead with their chin? I'm missing information here. But secondly, I'm missing the holds. And that's probably the biggest one. Honestly, no, they're about the same, honestly. But without the holds, when I hit splines, all it is continual motion. It's just the character doing this the whole time. So for example, right here, if I just look at my reference from frame 11 to frame, I would say, let's go, actually, honestly, let's see, frame 11 to about frame 18-ish, somewhere around there. My character shouldn't really be moving. You can see there's a little head twist, but for the most part, the body stays the same. But if you look at my shot, the character is just sliding back, and they just slide back all the way super slowly. Same thing here. The head is supposed to hold for out. Look at this. This is just fascinating. I'm getting distracted by my own reference. Look at that. You can see the nose stretch right there. If you look at the top of the nose, that line right there where the curvature is, so right there, and then the bottom of the nose, boop, it stretches for that one frame. So we actually have squash and stretch on the nose right there. I got distracted. But my face is actually holding. If you look at the bottom edge of the nose, it actually holds for like 3 frames right in there. Whereas in my shot, it's just moving constantly. So I'm missing holds and I'm missing important information. So I need to put those in there. So the way I usually put those in there is add more breakdowns. And I'm going to look for holds. I'm also just going to look for important things that I want to put in here. So for example, at the beginning here, you'll notice that in my shot, my character just starts turning screen right away. Whoop, right there, slow and even. In my reference, I have an anticipation right here. Right up until frame 4, I'm actually traveling screen left with my nose, and then right here is the change of direction. So I'm going to put in a key right here. This is going to be an extreme. So the most left point of the nose, and right here, you can see it goes this way. And the head doesn't tilt. We just get a little bit of a twist. The head slightly going up in X. And the body doesn't just slide forward or slide to the side. It goes forward and then to the side. Look at that here. See that? We feel that forward motion, then sideways. So this is the details I'm looking for in a shot. Once again, I know I keep repeating this, but it's super important to pay attention to. We are not rotoscoping. I am not doing all of these changes to capture every tiny nuance and just have it be an exact carbon copy of what my shot is. I'm breaking this down so that I can have that detail in my shot as I'm about to animate it. And then from there, I can exaggerate and remove them where I need. Maybe I don't feel like that forward motion is helping me, but at least it's there and I can exaggerate or remove as I go. And as I'm animating here, I'm also trying to exaggerate things too much, but I'm also trying to keep in mind that this is a lip sync shot and I don't want to have the body motion doing a whole bunch of bouncing up and down when I'm supposed to be looking at the mouth. Because the more motion you have in the body, the less your audience is going to be able to focus on the actual face. I feel like there's a slight downwards motion right here. Ever so slightly. Okay. So as I'm looking at this here, I'm comparing the two. And one thing I'm feeling that's different is I feel the body motion in this in my reference more than I really feel the nose. Whereas here I really feel that head like zooming forward. So I'm going to adjust this a little bit. So we feel that motion there, and we're going to tone this down here. So this is, again, something that I tend to look for is where am I, when I frame through these, what are my eyes catching? What are my eyes looking at? And the big thing I'm looking at here is this shoulder moving and the nose. Those are the two things that are catching my eye. So that's what I want my eye to catch on here as well. You'll notice that this shoulder doesn't move as much because I'm rotating in Y. And that shoulder is acting like a pivot point. I'm kind of twisting and rotating. So this shoulder isn't moving very much, whereas this one is moving more. So already that's feeling better. I'm also starting to feel right here, the nose and the body are moving too in sync. So it makes it feel like everything's just doing this, where it's spinning in place like that. I want to get the feeling of twisting where the neck is turning, and I did a little twist and I pulled my neck. Ow. I'm getting old. What's happening? I'm just going to hurt myself on stream by doing something super simple. I'm just going to look over and then collapse. But here I just want that feeling in there, and I'm missing a little rotate X here. So like that. So I'm looking at my reference, then I'm looking at my shot, and then I'm kind of looking at the elements within a shot to see that they're not just feeling robotic and moving the same. Sometimes you want that. So maybe I want my shot to go like this. Hey, and it just creates this creepy robotic motion. You'll see this like with Creepy Twins, where they're both standing in a hallway and they're both waving, and you have that perfect in sync motion with both of them waving. Sometimes you want that, but other times you're going to want some more organic motion in there. So now going through here, this is going to be a great moment for a breakdown, because if you look at my reference, notice how as I'm going through here, my chin, look how far it's moving, whereas my head, it actually tilts further screen left. If I put my cursor right there, see that? How my head turns and tilts before the chin goes across? Whereas in my shot, the whole head just goes boringly across. So here, I'm just going to try and find a frame that I feel is a good breakdown. So I'm going from frame 4 to 11. I feel frame 7 or 8. There's kind of a down pose to the nose right here. So I think I'm gonna go, let's go frame 7. Honestly, I'll probably be able to slide around, see which one I prefer. But now, as the character is coming through, I'm looking at those two poses again, and I'm seeing less focus on the body. From 4 to 7, the body is moving more than it is from 7 to 11. So I can see there's that ease right in there. So again, you can just copy frames. So I could take from frame 9 here, copy it to frame 7, and that creates that ease for me right away. So this is why I like spline blocking, because you can just quickly use things like that. Or I could have used a tween or ease machine, an Animbot or any plugin like that. You don't need a plugin though, as long as you know how to push it. But one thing I'm feeling is definitely there's an upwards arc right through there. So this is where you don't want to just use what you get, basic tween. You always want to adjust it here. So there's kind of this arc across and then up like this. Okay, so now I need to get that head tilt working. So the nose is starting to lead, but the head really has a big tilt. So I'm going to just look here. I'm going to see if I can tilt that head so we get that same kind of feeling of the top of the head dragging right through there. Lead a little bit more with the chin. And then there's a downwards arc here. Now, as I'm doing this, I'll frame through the whole section, and I'm noticing there's kind of this wobble in the head. So look like he's doing this. Okay, what's causing that? Well, part of it, let's see. Part of it is because if I frame through too far, I'm going to the last pose like that. See how my timeline, I'm going back over here. I have to be very careful of that. I just want to look at the first 4 frames. And I think part of it is I'm not feeling enough of a change between these two poses. So it felt like the nose was just hovering and I wasn't getting that nice arc through there. I also feel like I'm getting a little too much upwards motion there, so I'm going to push the neck here so we get a little bit more forward. And then across. And I can use the neck here, let that come down as well. Yeah, that already works better. The other thing I'm feeling is my rotate Z feels kind of stiff here. And then suddenly we get just this big twist right there. So I'm going to lead that a little bit right through there. I also feel like the body is moving too much between those two frames, and it's causing the head to feel like it drags a little too much. That's a little better. So we get something like that. Okay. So now we've got this section broken on 3s and 4s already. Okay. Definitely still needs a lot of cleanup here, but we're getting there. So let's block this out here now. So I'm going to block it in the hold for here. So from frame 11, I would say to frame 14. Yeah, the character essentially just holds. So I'm going to key this, and I just want a tiny little bit of a move here. So as they go through here, even less. They come in, hold. Now it's not a perfect hold. You can see there's kind of this upwards motion right through here. As the chest rotates back. The head, if I ignore the mouth and the face because that's compressing, comes through, keeps moving. I think pretty much what I have here is good for now. And then it goes to the side. So now I've got that hold in place right there. I've got an extreme pose here on the nose right there, which is good. It's 4 frames later. So that's, if I can get a pose that's like 4 frames later, I'm blocking on 4s, which is really nice. Okay, so here we have the body changing direction, but it's easing out. So I'm going to try and ease this a little bit more. Feeling a little bit of change right in there. Okay. Just looking at the body. Okay. So now we get that in there. The head, we want to exaggerate the turn this way. So this has to feel like an accent. It holds. We get a little bit more twist in there. A little bit of an upwards motion there. Now here, in terms of posing, I'm trying to not face the nose straight to camera. And the way I'm trying to avoid this is I'm looking at the ears, the silhouette. So right now, if I do this, you'll notice that the size of the ears is similar on both sides. I want to do something like this, where one ear is at least a little bit larger than the other. And this helps avoid that kind of mechanical feeling to the silhouette. And already just doing that little hold, makes that feel a lot more natural already. Okay. From there, let's break this motion down. 18 to 25. Ideally, I would love to break this down to 4s. which technically I could do. So right here, you see how this section here is on 5s right there, and then this section here is on 7 right there. So if I wanted to, I could just take these 2 keys, book, put them 1 frame later. Now this, oh shoot, I miscounted. No. Okay, so this was on 6s already. Darn it. So if that was on 5s, what I could do is do this. And now I could easily split this on 4s. And then this would have been fine. But even here, is this going to be a problem? Yeah. I do want to break this down a little bit more clearly. So we're going to have to adjust something here. And honestly, it doesn't really matter. It's just, for me personally, I like to keep things somewhat easy to split. Let's just put it on 3s and 4s here. So 3, 4, 4, 3. Or I could just move this key. There we go. That does it. It's a little later, but as long as I push the hold, that'll be fine. That's better. So now we have 4, 4, 4, 4 right through there. Nice and clean. And now if I need to, I can break things down to 2s if I need it. Now, again, do you have to do that? No. But at least to me, it makes it a little easier to just wrap my brain around things and not get caught trying to make sense of all of these odd timings, and then adding more breakdowns just becomes kind of a pain. So I want the body to ease in here. I'm just looking at the body right now. Okay, I just added a little twist to the rotate Y in there. I was feeling like it was a little stiff. I almost feel like I could exaggerate a little bit more of the overshoot here, so the body goes too far and then comes back right there. Just to add a little bit more momentum to the character than what I'm seeing in the reference. Okay, let's look at the head here. So frame 22. What I want here, it's not a huge difference, but I just kind of want to hold it down a little bit more. That way we feel that upwards motion here, just a bit more. So back. We get that twist. Drag that a little bit. Come up. Too high. Because I want this to feel like it. That's the big accent right there. Okay. It's hitting a little hard right here, but we can ease that once we go into the splines. Let's see, I ended up breaking my current shot down to 2s and 3s because I wanted a better idea of how things were going to move before going spline. Nice. So already you can see how those extra splines at the beginning, that's tying that whole beginning much better when we watch everything else. It's not just slipping and sliding everywhere. So I think we could probably add another breakdown here to help sell this arc right through there. And then probably one more pose at the end and probably another breakdown here would be my guess. So let's do that. And then we should be able to go into the graph editor, clean everything up, essentially polish up the body motions, and then we can layer in the facial acting in next week. So we'll be able to do a pass on the face and then do the lip sync. So technically I wouldn't really need to add breakdowns in these poses here, honestly, but I like having keys because it holds the poses for me. So what I mean by holding the poses is if I don't have a key here, I'm going to have to try and shape all of this using only the curves in the graph editor, which could work, but I want to have that control where I can go, no, I want this key to be here, exactly in the position that I want. And then from there, I can just tweak things to make it work versus shaping it with a graph editor and then hoping that the graph editor pass is going to be where it comes together. So here, what I'm trying to do is there's a little bit of a dip right here, like that. See right there? You can just see it very slightly. I'm trying to sell that a little bit more in my shot. We're also getting a little bit more twist in the head here. Like that. So it comes up and then does a little dip right here. Now it's going to look very sharp here, which is not what I want, but I can clean that up in the splining process. So we go up, up, and over, down. Okay. So that gets me most of the way there. The rotate Y, it definitely favors the outside here. So we're going to do that. Okay. So we've got all of those motions in there. Now you'll notice that as I'm blocking this out, I am not going into as much depth with every single control. I need to put in my rotate X, my rotate Z, my translates, all of this stuff. Because I already have kind of the big placeholders in my graph editor saved from my first pass where I was being very careful. And now when I go in, those little details I can build in using the graph editor versus trying to like look at my reference like, wait, which angle is it going? Which way is it twisting? I don't know. And just getting gray hairs for nothing. I've got enough of those already. So I'm just kind of focusing on the big movements now. So right here, for example, I'm really feeling a little bit of a twist right in there on the shoulders. So I'll build that in and make adjustments. And then the other thing I'm feeling is the nose keeps going down here as it twists. So we go down, over, and up. So now we get that nice little arc right there, right at the end. The other thing I'm feeling is the body definitely needs to ease more here. More like that. Okay. So there we go. Now we just need a key right here at the end. So key all, and I'm just going to look at which direction things are moving. And honestly, I could probably make this 1 frame shorter. We'll just go to frame 60 here. This way I don't have to worry about a 5 frame gap at the very end, and I have everything on 4s. So I should have everything on 3s and 4s. Yep. So at the very end here, the character goes forward and over to the side. I feel like a little rotate X right in there. A little bit more sideways than forwards. I can tone this down later. And the head kind of counters that motion. So it's going up, a little left. So it kind of does this little arc right there. Okay, so there we go. You can see that was super quick and easy. Now, I'm going to save this here. Because I haven't saved yet. Don't do that. Don't work for 3 hours and not save. Technically, we've only been working on this for like an hour and a half, maybe an hour. So let's see. Before we catch up here, if at some point, even after adjusting the spacing, it still feels like the motion has so many frames, do you scale the section? Sometimes, if a section has too many frames and it feels like it's too heavy, I might just delete some of the frames and try to simplify the section. It really depends on what's happening and what I need in that moment. Sometimes, if it's happening too quickly, I'll push the spacing so that we just kind of have more of a hold and then slam through into the next pose a little bit more. So let's take a look at what we have here. Very rough. You can see it's all jittery and it's not great, but we're hitting the accents. That's the important thing. Because if I was to bring back my audio here, holidays from me to you. Happy holidays from me to you. Happy holidays from me to you. You can see that the timing is correct, and that's what we want in this first pass right here. Now, let's actually go through and start cleaning things up. So I'm just going to do this mostly in the graph editor here. And at this point, I'm just going to take my reference out of the way because we don't really need it too much at this point. And I just want to maximize how much space we're seeing here. So I'm going to ignore the head right now, and I'm just going to focus on the main body mechanics. So let's just focus on our translates first. Now, if you're having trouble kind of focusing on certain things, I'm not a fan of doing this a lot of the time because it can cause other issues. But let's say I don't want to focus on the rotations. I can take my rotates here and just mute them. So I select them, mute selected. Now you can see only the translations of the body. And you can really see where some of those moments hit really hard, especially the side to side right there. Just chunk, hits and then comes down. If you're having issues with the head as well, I can just take this. I'll mute this and I'll actually mute the neck as well. Again, I'm not a fan of doing this personally because there's a lot of times when you're adjusting the body where you want to focus on the whole thing, not just on one motion. But you can see how now we can really focus on just that core mechanic of the body. So just for demo purposes, let's kind of do a pass like this. So the first thing I'm going to focus on is, let's say, do our side to side motion. And let's make this a little bit bigger. Right through here. And then not the heads up display, I want Windows. And then let's turn off our shelf. We don't really need that right now. And yeah, for now this is good. And I guess we could get rid of the status line. Don't need that either. So I'm just making room so that everyone can see things more clearly. Usually I don't do this because I have multiple monitors. So there we go. So now we can see things a little bit more clearly, a little bit bigger. And let's look at my curve. So for anyone who doesn't know what the graph editor does or doesn't know how to look at it, you're essentially looking at two things in the graph editor. You're looking at changes of direction. So here I see a curve going up, and then I see a curve going down. That tells me that whichever attribute I'm looking at, this is translate X side to side, moves in one direction, and then it changes directions, goes in the opposite direction right there. Now, does it matter which axis it's going? Not really. If ever I'm curious, I could just scrub through and go, okay, here the character is going screen right, and then this would be screen left. The reason it doesn't really matter is, depending on your camera, if you have a moving camera here, and now it's on the other side, it's the opposite. So left, right, up, down, it's not super important. As long as I know that this is the overall side-to-side motion, that's the important bit. The other thing is the speed. A flat curve means that there's no motion at all. So right here, that is dead right there. I do not want that. There are certain styles of animation, cartoony animation, where that is okay. In this case, that's going to feel very weird. Same thing here. Like, it's almost perfectly flat. There's some motion, but not much. So flat curves are slow. Steep curves are fast. So I can see this is fast, slow, comes to a stop, changes direction, goes fast, slows down, changes direction. I can read my whole animation just through looking at this here. So I want to look at those and see if I can avoid flat moments that are just totally dead, as well as linear moments. So for example here, see how this curve is almost a straight line? If I actually take these and go into linear mode, that is almost perfectly straight. Just a little bip, and now it's straight. That's not always the most interesting. I tend to want to push the eases in and out to make motions more dynamic. So right here, let's just kind of break down this first motion. We'll look at the first 11 frames. What I'm feeling right now is that there's very little motion side to side at the beginning, even though I can see it in my graph editor here, mostly because the character is kind of going forward quite a bit here. I'm also feeling that the forward motion then stops dead. So if we look at this, yep, look at that. It goes forward very quickly and then just reverses direction right away. And that is creating this weird feeling to that whole beginning portion. So I'm just going to take this and tone it down. Now it goes forward. And you can see how that smooths it out. And we see more of the sideways motion now. I might just take all of this here, boost that up just a little bit. And then you always want to take a look at your first key right here. You'll notice that the tangents almost always, if you're using auto tangents, are going to be flat. We don't want that to happen all the time. Otherwise, your shots look like they're always like starting from a stopped position instead of just a moment in time. So the character goes forward here. Now they reverse. I should probably bring in my reference just so you guys can see what I'm looking at. Let's make it a little bit smaller here. Okay, so you see the character goes forward and then it slowly goes back over time here. So I feel like all of this is actually working pretty well, but there's this kind of move back, slow down, stop, then go back again. Now, when I'm cleaning my curves, I do not want to just go, ooh, smooth it all out. Ah, smooth. That's a good way of killing all the life from your shot, because we don't move in these perfect arcs all the time. So having a little pause right here, especially as I kind of hit this moment right there, is not a bad thing. But I just don't want it to stop and maybe have a reversal right there. So maybe a slowdown here, and then I exaggerate this hold just a little bit right there. So I still have a little bit of that essence, that spice in there. Maybe tone this down a little bit so it's not quite as fast. And then this makes that section more interesting. So I haven't smoothed it out to be boring and lifeless, but I have just shaped it a little bit more. Now it comes back, and I see my character just halt right here. Is that what I want? I do feel like the character actually starts to go forward there a little bit more, so I'm going to bring this forward right through here. Maybe ease this a little bit more. And then as I'm doing this, I'm not just moving the curves randomly. I also want to think what is happening mechanically. He's stepping back and going to the side, or like sitting back, going to the side. And then here, he's stopping his sideways motion. And then he's going to go up right here. Does that make sense? I think it does. But the majority, let me scrub through here. The faster you scrub, sometimes it's easier to see certain motions. I'm feeling that forward motion right here. So I definitely want that in there. But I might ease that in a little bit more there. Just a little bit. So what's happening? He's going up, slow, as he eases. This is feeling disconnected. So the translate Y stops and then he shifts forward. I'm not a fan of that. I think it would happen probably here. So let's actually push this the other way. So I'm trying to think of mechanically, how can I get everything to feel connected? And then here, this feels a little odd. It just kind of stops and then bounces here. So I'm just going to arc this through. And then the character's kind of sliding forward too much here. I want a little bit of a slide, but not that much. Okay. So first pass on here, it's a little bit better. And I should actually take all of my curves. A good thing to do is take all of your curves. I'm going to select the whole body here and buffer the curves before you start tweaking them too much. What this will allow you to do is essentially have a super undo button. So let's look at our translate Y, for example. Now, as I adjust this, you'll see that there's this kind of previous shape to the curve. And I can use this to start building in information, or sorry, not building in, but comparing. So right now, this is a little linear. I'm kind of feeling like there's a little pause before the character goes up here. So I'm going to exaggerate this a little bit more right there. And now we can see where my old curve was. And now I feel that coming in through there. And then I feel like there's more of an ease here. So let's kind of push that a little bit. So now we get a little bit more of that finesse in that motion right through there. As they come down here, I feel like we need a little bit more of an arc right through here. Because again, the character's going side to side. And right now he's just going sideways and up. So it feels like they're stretching weirdly. So I think I can tone this down a little bit like that. Have essentially the bouncing ball right in here. As the character goes over. And oop, I mistimed that. So you want to watch where it's happening in your animation. He's going over to this side. So if he's down here, comes up, stretches. This would actually be higher up here. Because this is as he's traveling, he's going over the center point. So we'd have a little bit more of this. And then we get that kind of breath in there. So I'm going to hold this right here. Okay, does that make sense? I feel like this is sliding too much here. Comes over. Does this make sense? Slow, fast, slow, fast. I don't know. I want this little upwards motion with the head tilt. So I might just actually remove this to simplify it. So now we have that kind of hold off to the side. Maybe I'll get that a little bit of a bouncing ball moment right here. Wait, it was right here. So this comes up. Maybe goes a little flat right there. Comes up and then we go down. Okay, through here. And then this is kind of dipping down in a weird way, so I'm just going to keep that going there. There we go. So let's see how this feels. Okay. I feel like this accent right here is a little high. So I'm going to lower this down. We want the head accent to be the big thing. I don't want the body to really bounce up. Okay. Now let's do the translate X, which is probably the biggest and most important one, which I probably should have done first, but this is going to ease out here. So I want that forward motion to stand out a little bit more. And then we get that swing to the side. It stops here. I'm not a fan of that. I think we can overshoot this a little bit and then add a little hold. So he goes over, comes back, holds. This is feeling a little linear. So I feel like I could exaggerate that and maybe push that here a little bit more. So we get a little bit more of that hold right there. And then it travels a little faster through here. So we get a little bit more of a rhythm in there. Now the problem here is he goes very fast and then he just kind of comes to a stop right there. And I almost feel like I could push that momentum a little bit more. Let him come to a stop right there and then change direction a little bit more when he goes up here and then over. And then right here he goes over and stops. This feels really dead right there. So I think what I'm going to do here, let's see, let's hold that off for that. Let's see what happens at the end. So this should just be a nice ease right here. Now this is where Tween Machine comes in handy, or Animbot. Instead of having to do this manually, I can just use this right here and whip right there. Okay, and then these, I'll try to ease into this moving hold a little bit more. Something more like that. So we get a little bit more of a hold right in there. And yes, this is Maya. So let's see how this feels. Not bad. But I'm feeling a couple of things. Let's make it a little bit bigger so we can see it. Now keep in mind that this is going to feel stiff because we don't have any of the other motion in there. So what I'm feeling is the side to side feels a little stiff right here. exactly. Yeah, the change of direction right here. It just pops too quickly right here. So I might just need to add another key right here to hold this a little bit more. So we have that slight change of direction there, then it moves quickly. Otherwise it feels like it just bounces, or like someone shoves him. I could also ease that a little bit more, have less of a pause right here. Okay. I'm also feeling a little bit of a sharpness in the translate Y throughout the shot here. Especially right here. He just kind of plateaus too hard right there. So I'm going to ease that in a little bit more. Round out these curves just a little bit more. Okay. That's a little bit better. I think, is this motion here my translate Z? Yeah. This is too much right here. So what I can do here is I'm just going to lower all of this. That way I don't have as much of a range of motion in there. Again, the body mechanics here should be minimal. I want to feel the acting on top of it, the lip sync. I don't want him wiggling around like crazy. I might actually tone a bunch of this down anyway afterwards. What do you use to have your reference play at the same time as your animation? I just have it in Maya. This is an image plane just set up in Maya. So if I go into my camera here and go to show image planes, you can see it's right in there. Haha! Judging him, looking at him. Oh. So I just brought an image plane in Maya. And you can do that by going to your viewport, go to View, Image Plane, Import Image, right there. You can also go to the Create menu and create a free image plane right there as well. So we have that. So let's take our rotations of the body now and unmute those. And hopefully we haven't disconnected them. This is why I'm not a fan of the muting method, because I'm not sure if I've lost something in there. And so far it actually looks pretty good. And you can see how as soon as we have those rotations, it really helps bring the character more to life. We have this kind of sway to the motion. He's not just like stiff and boring and bland. So let's take our rotations. I'm going to start with rotate Z because it's kind of our biggest one. That, and then it's going to be the rotate X, and then rotate Y is going to be slight. You can even see it. It's very small there. So the first thing I want here is I probably want to have a little bit of a hold here. So he kind of tilts into that turn a little bit more right there. And then he kind of stops a little too much right here. I might ease that in a little bit more. And then let's start easing back there a little sooner. That way we can lead with the shoulders a little bit more. Now, don't be afraid to offset keys at this point either. At this point, I'm more in the polishing phase than anything else. I'm going to try to avoid offsetting keys if I can help it. Just because I want to keep things simple. Okay, there's definitely a wiggle here that I don't like. I think it's my rotate Y. Okay, how does this feel? Goes over, back, down, over. I'm not a fan of how he tilts right at the end here. It's too much and it feels pointless. This should really just be a hold here. I want the tilt to happen a little sooner. So you'll notice that I essentially over animated in my shot. I went too far when I was just animating, and now I have to tone things down. Is that a bad thing? Not at all. Essentially, I would much rather have the motions be too big at the beginning and then just have to tone them down a little bit. But at least I've got the right range versus trying to build it all in afterwards. Okay, I feel like this whole range here is too high. Like the difference between where the character starts to where they are at frame 26 here, it feels like it's too much. So I'm just going to take this whole thing down here. I'm just looking at the peaks of my curves right now and trying to think, okay, where do I want them to end up? What's the range of movement here? I definitely want that higher, but I don't want it so high that he's like tilted to the side. Because I also do want to add a clavicle pass on this as well. And then I think the rest is pretty good. I'm leery about changing anything here too much, specifically because I know that there's an issue with the rotate Y that's throwing off this section here a little bit. So if I start to try and fix things and make this look good right in here, I might just be like countering a mistake that's somewhere else, trying to make it look good. And then when I fix that, nothing's going to look good. So let's look at a rotate Y. And where is it? Yeah, it's right here. That's what I was seeing. It's this weird rotation. There's no point to this right here. It just rotates one way, then the other, but why? Why does it turn there? Doesn't make it much, doesn't help much. So let's break things down here. So one thing I want is this needs to hold a little bit more. Always watch your first key, first and last. Then it tilts here, twists. Which way is going? If ever I'm unsure which direction things are going, I'll just rotate like this. So down brings this shoulder here, his screen right shoulder closer to camera. Okay, down. I kind of feel like I want to add an overshoot in here. Bring this back up a little bit. Not all the way. Again, I don't want to match peaks right here. Matching peaks is like doing this, and now I go down and then right back to where I started. Usually that's not the most interesting. So I'm just trying here. I'm experimenting. See how this feels. So it goes back. And then let's just take all of these and then ease them here. That's actually not bad. There's a little bit of a fast motion right here I could ease, but we can essentially do something like this. And then this is stopping too abruptly here, so I'll just continue easing that in, I think. Something like that. I'm feeling that rotation happening here for no reason. So like right here, this is where it's getting fastest. There's no point for that rotation to happen there. If anything, it should happen when the head tilt is coming down here. So I would probably try to ease this a little bit more here. Maybe even take this one. Ease that, and then have that change right through here. Okay. Now here, I'll just ease this slightly. Okay, let's see how that feels. That's better. I still feel like there's an issue with my translate X. I think it's the translate X and rotate or translate Z right in here. The way they're working together is causing a little bit of a sudden acceleration, which I'm not a fan of. So let's come in here. This is my rotate X. Essentially, this is kind of a breath. So this should kind of move quick and then hold. So he leans forward here. I'm assuming this is forward. To double check, I'll just go down. Okay, so down is back, up is forward. So he leans back here. And then forward here. I feel like I could simplify this. I don't really need him to go forward, back, forward. There's no reason for that anticipation. So instead, I'll just ease this here. Oops, not that key. Yeah, let's just get rid of that a little bit. Round this out a little bit more. Yeah, something like that. Just simplify things. And then let's take a look at this. You never show several curves at a time to see how they work together. Sometimes I will, but because I'm mostly focused on what he's doing in the moment, the actual motion that he's moving, I don't really need to right now. There will be definitely times where I will want that to happen. But in this case, not quite yet. So right here, I feel like, okay, this needs to be a little bit higher here. Ease in. So I want that breath to kind of lead the action here. It goes down and then we get that motion through. So if I'm looking at the up and down motion, let's exaggerate this a little bit. If ever you're not sure, like, is it working? Exaggerate the motion. So here I get that rotation and then the downwards motion right through there. I want this to lead the action. Because when you're exhaling, breathe in, you rotate first, and then you drop. And then he takes a breath here. I'll want this to go with the head direction. This is why you don't want to mute attributes, because I can't see what the head is doing here. But if I'm looking at my reference, I can see that the head starts to come down around here. So I'd probably delay this a little bit. So the head leads and then the body kind of counters that motion. So something like that. And then we don't want it just dying off here. Okay. So let's see how that feels. It's a little hectic. Partly because I did exaggerate this curve here. So let's bring that down. Don't need it to be quite so high. I'm also noticing like there's a big range of motion here, right there. Do I need that? Yeah, I guess. I almost feel like I could just take all of this here and just lower it down some. Just so we have less of a range of motion. I think that's what the problem with the Translate X is. It's the range of motion. He's starting here, right there, and then ending way over here. And I just don't feel like that's necessary. So I can just take all my curves here and I can scale them down. I can just use the R tool to scale like this, bring it down, or I could use the Animbot scale tool. There's a bunch of different ways of doing it. So I just toned it down here. Yeah, already that feels better. I think I might even scale this down. Okay. So I think the body's pretty good for now. We can refine it and like get a little bit more specifics in there. But yeah, that's good. And oh, Gecko, to answer your question, check out A to the J's links. That's the one I always recommend as well. It's just a really good place to have ideas for different shots that you can animate. And different exercises you can do. Now with those exercises, don't be afraid of doing them multiple times either. It is not you have to do them one at a time and only once. Don't be afraid of just doing it as many times as you can until you really understand what it is you're doing. There's nothing wrong with that. Honestly, I would wish more students would be comfortable just repeating an assignment multiple times. It's one of the best ways to learn. Okay, so we've got the body in place there. Let's do the head. Now, I could unmute the neck here, but we're going to do one thing at a time. So now we've got the head. Let's see how horrible this looks. Yeah, it's all janky and poppy right here. But now we know that the body isn't the issue. The body is moving pretty cleanly underneath. So we've got that in place. And I didn't check the side. I always like to check the side. Okay, it's not bad. There is a disconnect here. See how the Translate Z is not working with the head? Like right here. The head goes up, but I'm not feeling any connection until after right there. So that's definitely a place where the body I'm going to have to come back to make sure that it's actually feeling connected. There's a big disconnect there. That is not good. And again, this comes from muting the head motion, so I wasn't able to time things out with the rest of it in place. Okay, so let's take a look at this here. So first motion here. This is way too complex. This whole head motion here it's got this like really poppy motion right here. So that's my rotate Y. Let's just auto ease those right there. And the reason being is the previous key here. So I want to ease that out. So already that's going to help a lot, just that ease right there. And then the change of direction here is too abrupt as well. So that's my rotate Z and rotate Y. So let's just go through here. Okay, my rotate X, that's pretty good. I might actually have it dip down slightly here, just to act as a little bit of an ease right there. And then I feel like this is just too much of a change here. Okay, comes through. And now as it changes here, there's too much of a pop. You can see it right here in my translate Z. It just snaps over. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to take all of these keys and move them one frame over. So now I've got this section on 4s, and I can break it down right here. Now I could have just added another key and a half section on 1s, but I want to have that control. If I need a little bit more of a breakdown somewhere, I can put it in. So now we can really push this right through here. So he comes over, we get that tilt. And let's get a little bit of the rotate Y in there. We want that chin to lead. So here I can feel that chin kind of nudging forward right there. Then I can add a little bit more rotate Y here. And then here, let's kind of push this a little faster right through here. So now you can start to feel that chin leading the action, but it's not snapping right across there. Now the arc of the nose, so this would be the rotate X, as I'm watching it, is very slight, but we have that downwards arc right here, which is good, that's what I want, but then it just kind of plateaus right here. So I'm going to actually bring this down here. So we essentially have kind of a round arc, and I want to do kind of a loop right in there. So it comes down here. Then right here, let's go back down slightly. So we go down, up, across, down slightly before it comes up here. Now here you'll notice that we get a big pop right here. So it's going down and boonk, it pops up right there. I feel like I could add a breakdown right in here. I'm just going to insert a key to help ease this transition just a little bit more. And then it just stops right here. This feels a little dead. You can see that curve is very flat. It's actually even overshooting slightly. I'm going to try to keep a moving hold here a little bit more. So now we come in, we get the pixels worth of motion right there. Now the same thing is happening with my rotate Y. So come in through here, And you can see right there, this plateauing right through. So I want to keep this motion going a little bit more. Keep that momentum of the head turn in there. So it comes through, then holds, and doesn't stop completely right here. Let's see. You get the hang of it pretty fast. Oh, wait. Lip sync is really hard. Yeah. You get the... like you said, you get the hang of it pretty fast. It's all about great posing and never missing an MVP shape. Exactly. Some animation clips get away with very few shape changes. Think of manga, for example. Also, one note I keep having in the beginning is the flashing. So that's when it moves too fast. Sometimes you better ease in between two poses instead of trying to hit a specific shape. Yeah. Lip sync is all about simplicity. One of the biggest mistakes, it's not even a mistake, but one of the biggest hurdles when you first start is overcomplicating it and not just focusing on keeping the simplicity of lip sync. Lip sync is not that, there's not that much to it, honestly. And oftentimes the simpler the shape, the more interesting it's going to be. And even the simpler the motion is. Oh, and take care, Jerome. Au revoir. Okay, so now we get that little bit of a turn here, which is working as an anticipation for the next moment. So we get that up. And now this upwards motion is feeling a little mechanical. And there goes my camera. My camera doesn't like that I've streamed for 4 hours. I'll have to turn it off for a second. Okay, we're getting a black corner for a little bit here. Okay, so we've got that. That beginning feels much better already. I still feel like it's hitting a little hard right here. So I'm going to ease this even more. And then same thing with the rotate X. And then rotate Z. Okay, yeah, this is definitely going to cause issues. It literally just stops on a dime. So let's round that out a little bit. So now it goes across, over, and then we get a little ease to a stop here. And I think I could maybe continue the ease a little bit. So we just get that essentially the weight of the skull going through. If you can get the weight of the head working, it makes the shot feel a lot more alive. Now I'm getting a little too much of a moving hold here because we're losing the next accent here. So from frame 11 to frame about 15, things are moving too much. I think I'm gonna move this here just a little bit. So I need to tone this motion down right in here. So that's going to be a little rotate Y. Tone that down. Okay, comes in. Rotate X, 11 to 15. Okay, pretty good. I think I could tone that down. Now, this is going to be an area where you'll notice that as I tone it down, it's going to feel like it hits a wall once again. So how do we avoid that? How are we going to avoid that feeling of just slamming into this pose and everything just dying right away? Well, we just need to ease into it a little bit more. So, for example, here on frame 10, I'm just going to add in another key here and just ease this even more right there. So now we go quickly and then ease to a stop right there. That way we can get that nice hold right through here. And it's not going to feel like it just hits a wall. Can maybe add a little bit more rotate Y. Okay, so let's see how this feels. That's better. Now, we need to tie this motion in here. The character leans to the side, but the head is not reacting in any way. So this would be mostly the rotate Z. I can do one of two things. I can either have the head drag, or I can have it lead the action. So to lead the action, I would just tilt the head faster here. So you can kind of feel it here if I do this. Now the head tilts to the side very slightly, and then the rest of the body goes. Or I could drag the action. So if I do this, we're going to just exaggerate this here. Now the character tilts, and we get that little bit of a drag right here. Let's exaggerate even more. Drag and then tilt over. Because a lot of this motion is really kind of head dependent here throughout this whole shot, I'm going to try to lead this a little bit. So he has this little accent right here of the nose. That's going to be the rotate X. So let's exaggerate that a little bit. Make that a little bit sharper. I could add another key right in there to help with that. You could also use weighted tangents. I'm a fan of putting more keys in personally. And then let's keep that going just a little bit more. I don't like the fact that the nose kind of stops too soon right there. Okay. Dunk. Okay, so we've got that motion there. Now what I'm trying to do here is I'm looking at the way his nose comes up here just a little bit. It gets that next little accent right there. And I'm noticing, actually, before I do that, my rotate Y is too linear right here. So I want to drag that quite a bit here. Probably offset that by 1 frame. That way we feel a little bit more of an arc. Too much of an arc there. Too much of a good thing. Okay, it goes up. And then I feel like this can drag a little bit more because he is turning his head. Or I should say moving his body across. I almost feel like I can just drag that across like this and almost use it as an anticipation for the next movement here. But let's tone this down and have that happen a little later. So at this point, it's really just kind of thinking of your body mechanics and when do you want things to move, when do you want things to lead and follow. So I feel like I could break this down, put 1 more key in here, and then have this. That way I feel like the nose is overlapping the action a little bit more. It drags as he gets pulled right here. And then as his body comes to a stop, the nose keeps going here. Now, as it goes up here, we're getting kind of this weird pause and hold, which I do have in my reference, but I would need to sell this a little bit more, and that's with my rotate Y. So the problem here is that if you look at my nose in my shot, or sorry, in my reference, it doesn't really move here. 25, 26, it goes up essentially just for 1-2 frames, holds, goes across. But what's happening in my shot is it starts moving up right here at around frame 23 and just keeps going up, 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 all the way up to frame 30. So I'm getting a very boring motion in here. Something got lost. And there you go, my camera's back. So let's look through there and see what we can do. So once again, in my shot, in my reference is from 26, 27, stops at 28. So 26, 7, 28. Let's offset this one frame here. And then this needs to be much simpler right here. Just ease to a stop right there. And now this is super sharp. This just means I need to add more breakdowns right here. So I'm going to add probably, let's just do one right here. No, there. So we get that nice hold, ease here. This is too sharp still. There we go. Then up. I might be going too high here as well. He kind of starts to feel a little snooty. So I'm going to lower this down a little bit so it doesn't go quite so high. So now we go up. And now it has to hold. So from frame 28, 29, let's say, it needs to hold for 2 frames. So something like that, hold before it dips down, comes across. So this is going to feel very sharp at speed. Yeah, it just feels bouncy. That's because the range of motion is too high right here still. This accent in my reference is very small. I exaggerated a lot in my animation, but it's really small here, and I can tone it down even more, especially this side of it. Now the rotate Y here is a little mechanical. So let's take a look at that. And honestly, I might even just simplify this whole section. So this is one of those areas where I tried to capture a lot of the details that I had in my reference, but in the animation, I feel like it's just kind of, it's not worth it. Like, it's not adding anything that's like, wow, that's a really cool move. That's just really awesome to look at. I look at it and it's like, meh. It's okay. It's fine. So why keep it? Like, really, what's the point of keeping this action if I'm not liking it? So let's play at a speed here. Okay, so changing those ranges of motion definitely helped. The body is still moving way too much. So I'm going to tone down the body a lot. But the head is actually feeling pretty good at the beginning. So we have the head come through. It's this whole section here. I like it up until the second beat right here. Whoop. I like that. And then from this point, so 31, till I kind of feel up to about 48 is kind of unclear to me. Now, part of that is the body. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to find out what is going on with the body first. Because everything hinges kind of on that body there. So I'm looking at the forward and back translation, trying to tie that into the motion of the character. So as they bring their head back, I almost feel like this needs to be delayed one frame. So that way we have the head leaning back and that's what pushes the body back. Comes back here. Now there's this big motion right here. Yeah, that times in with that head accent there. This motion is feeling a little disconnected right there. That head motion upwards. So I'm just going to bring this down ever so slightly. That way we can feel a little bit more of that nod downwards there. Okay. That's okay for now. Okay. But you see how it's just too much? It's especially here. The range of motion here, it's almost the same as the next part there. So I'm just going to scale this down. So now we get more of a wave in there. And even here, I feel like the character's just moving too much up and down. So I'm going to take this and just, oops, make sure I grab all the keys. Scale that down. That's better. So looking at it from the side view here, that feels better. Translate X. Let's do the same thing. I'm going to buffer the curve because I don't want to lose this. I do like the range of motion, but it's just a little too much. So let's scale it down by half, approximately. Right around there. That's more than half, but... yeah, that's feeling better already. If I swap now, you can see now we really feel like that sideways motion. Whereas this, it's still there. Maybe I'd increase it a little bit more. But we're starting to feel more of the head motion leading the action. I also need to tone down the rotates. So I'm just going to go in here, go to Edit, Scale, And actually, no, we'll do that one at a time, just to make sure. So if I want to scale all of these curves kind of down evenly, if I try to do this here, what's going to happen is you'll notice that the curves, some of them are going to get really far offset. So scale, take all of my curves here. Some curves get really offset right there. I want to just scale them down based on their midpoints. To do that, just switch your curves to normalized mode here. So that should be 3 on the keyboard, I believe. Yeah. So with this, you can go to, just if you're not sure what that is, view, absolute view, stacked view, or normalized. These are different ways of viewing your curves. Normalized makes it so that the peaks and the valleys all kind of line up here. And now I can just scale them all evenly to about half the size. There we go. That's feeling better. I want that body to be organic, but not shaky. And I feel like my translate Y is still too much as well. So I'm going to tone this down. There's definitely still some areas I feel like needs to be adjusted, but that's better. So now the head, let's just simplify this here. So rotate X, we've got this kind of bounce right here. I'm going to get rid of that. So it was 31 to about 40. I just want the nice, it comes up, holds this pose. I'm going to get rid of this. And let's see, there to there. There shouldn't be too much of a change here. And I'm just going to ease that in. And then right here, it's just slowly going down. I'm going to try and make this a little bit more dynamic. I don't want to lose the contrast where one thing moves slow and one thing moves fast. That's not the goal here per se, although I could. Yeah, already that feels way better. See how we're not getting that like just jitter? We're feeling those moments a little bit better. Now what I'm feeling now is this is still a little too sharp right here. So I'm going to ease that. But now the rotate Y needs to be cleaned up. There's a lot of like start and stop in there. You can kind of see it in here. Let's just clean this out. So the character turns his head, holds. We get a little bit of whoop right there. And then here, this is where I'm not a fan of it. It kind of goes down again, goes down again, goes down again. Like that, you got 1, 2, 3 right in there. Yeah. I almost feel like I could just go up, slight ease. Whew. So let's just try something here. So I'm going to buffer the curve just to make sure I don't lose anything. That way I can also compare. Let's ease all of this. So it goes up, holds. Then it starts to move here. This is too fast right there. And then it comes to a stop right here, eases. Before ease, arc a little bit right there. And then overshoot. Something like this. Okay, let's see how this feels. Slightly better. I still feel like it's a little complex. Okay. So I'm just trying to figure out what's causing that complexity. Part of it is this motion here. This twist. I almost feel like I could just remove it and just have the character hold. So I do like what I changed here at the end. So once again, I'm going to buffer the curve. But now it's this section. Let's ease that to this point here. So now the character turns their head. And let's see, how do I want to push this? So they turn their head up. And then this should be, let's just get rid of some keys here. Don't need to have so many if I'm not using them. So we ease into there. Get a little chunk head motion. And then here afterwards, it feels too complex as well. So let's see. Head turn. So at this point, you'll notice that I'm kind of noodling and stuff. This is normal. But what we don't want to do is spend a ton of time doing this. Like I'm reaching the point where I'm kind of losing track of what I wanted. Now, the best way to get around that and to avoid that is take a break. So I'm going to keep going a little bit here. I want to try and fix this. But honestly, the best thing for me right now is to just take a break, come back to it in like 10-15 minutes even, but a little longer would be better, and just get a feel for it. Because right now I've reached the point where I've made so many changes and my brain is kind of like stuck in which one's better. Happy holidays from me to you. Happy holidays from me to you. Let's see. I feel like my rotate Y is starting a little too soon right here. So I brought the dialogue back in just so I could time things out with it in place here. Delay that head turn one frame. Yeah, I feel like I've got a little extra bounce. Where is it? Hunt it down. Yeah, the days right here. I don't need this. I'm going to get rid of that and just hold this longer. That way the from me to you stands out more. So this is where, again, we put in detail, and you don't necessarily have to put in as much detail as I did, but now I can just take them out and simplify.
Happy holidays from me to you.
There we go.
Happy holidays from me to you. Happy holidays from me to you. Happy holidays from me to you. Happy holidays from me to you.
So I need to track some arcs still, especially right in here. I'm still not a fan of the arc that I'm getting in the nose. But you can see how this would definitely cause an issue right here. But you can see how suddenly, just by simplifying it down a little bit, we're starting to get more of the accents hitting in the right spot. And it's not just super messy. I was trying to get all the details from my shot, but now I get to choose which ones do I want to keep.
Happy holidays from me to you. Happy holidays from me to you.
Okay, the rotate Y, there's a little...
Happy holidays from me to you.
Where is it?
It's from me to you. Holidays from me to you.
It's the from me. Yeah, so what's happening here is that the head is going up, then over. I need to sync these up together. You can see that right here. See how we get the one motion happening right here, and then the next motion there. I need to layer these in a little bit. Either that, or I separate it out more and build an anticipation. So I could do that, or I could do this. And then I'm just gonna try. This is an experiment. Too much. So no, I'm not a fan of it. It's fighting the body motion. It's just not helping anything. So instead, I'm going to try and layer these in a little bit more. And let's keep that head going up a little bit more here. Okay. There we go. That's a little better. So we get that kind of 1-2, but it doesn't feel like 1 space 2. It's not completely separate. I can clean up my curves here. Don't need so many keys. Okay, and then let's look at my rotate Z. Yeah, right here, I feel like the rotate Z kind of dies a little bit. I almost wonder if I can start tilting it more here. So that we get something more like this. We're still getting that kind of stair step effect. But now when he tilts his head, it's not just a rotate Y and he's doing this. We're getting that tilt in there. And now here, see here how this is delayed to you. He going down. It feels weird and disconnected. Bit. Yeah. It's almost like his head just kind of lost like a screw and just went down. Just fell down there. So I want to accent this a little bit more. Like that. And then this is kind of bouncing back up a little too much. Okay.
Happy holidays from me to you.
Yeah, there we go.
Happy holidays from me to you. Happy holidays from me to you.
Now,
Happy
at this point,
holidays from me
I'm
to
pretty
you.
happy with this.
Happy
It's pretty
holidays
solid.
from me to you.
What I would do now is do another pass on the body. I still feel like it's moving too much. The other thing that I'm feeling is the range of motion is too high. Like right here, we're starting to look at the nose straight on. So I would just take my rotate Y here, take this whole top and just scale it down, or even move the whole thing down this way.
It's from me to you. Happy holidays from me.
There you go. Now we don't get that moment where
holidays from me
his
to
nose
you.
is pointing towards
Happy
us.
holidays from me to you. Happy holidays from me to you.
So at this
Happy
point, it's polish. So polish is essentially like right here. If I track his nose, you see how it kind of pops up right there? Let's actually visually track this here. And I should save again. So right here, if you look at his nose, that arc, see how it just kind of goes bunk and then slows down right there? That feels a little weird. So I'm going to go through and let's see, what is it? Curves. I don't think it's motion trails. Okay, it is motion trails. So I can just look at this here. Let's zoom in. Let's hide this because we don't, at this point we've gone off from our reference, so we don't need to see that anymore. And not, everyone doesn't need to have a close-up of my nose. Okay, so here, I'll just start bringing that up a little bit more right there. So we just kind of build this nice arc here, bring this down, ease that in, and I seem to remember someone mentioning I needed a glass of water, so thank you for that. So already that cleans up that arc quite a bit. So we're going through, arc, around, down, and over. One thing that can be helpful when you're tracking your arcs is I like to track either dashed or with, what is it, spacing temperature here. This helps you see where things are moving their fastest. That way I can make sure that my arcs are moving at the right spots, and I should say my spacing is moving at the correct times. You can do this a little bit with the editable motion trails in Maya by switching it to frame before, frame after mode. So right here, I feel like this right there is a little too much of an ease. It's just kind of slow and even. So I'm going to break this down just a little bit more. We'll try to hold that just a bit. Maybe exaggerate this just a tad. So we get a little bit more of a hold here. At this point, I almost want to counter the motion of the body a little bit more. But I don't want to fight that too much, especially because I'm going to be changing the body. But I can exaggerate the rotate Z here. So we get that kind of tilt of the head as it leads into the turn here. Just a little bit. And add a little overshoot in there. Now here, you can see how the spacing is hard to see. I wish I could make the dots bigger. But you can see how it's very close here and then punk, it goes very fast right there. So this is my rotate X. This is not a bad thing. But what I'm not a fan of is that the spacing between these 2 points right here is halfway. So like from here, let's see, and my language got changed again. There we go. From here to here to here, these 3 points are linear and evenly spaced with each other. So I'm just going to add another key here and favor this like so. Now we don't have any moment where those keys are evenly spaced between those points. I feel like my rotate Y is a little even here. See what happens if I do 1 frame faster right there. Just a little bit. Technically, I should have left 2 hours ago to work, but I'm getting caught up in this. I've fallen into the animation zone. Okay, and then the arc here is actually working pretty well. Okay, so, let's turn that off for now and see how that feels.
To you. Happy holidays from me to you. Happy holidays from me
Better.
to you. Happy holidays from me to
There's still a kind of hitch right here. I think it's my rotate Y. Yeah, it's the area where I said I needed to counter it a little bit more. That's what it was.
me to you. Happy holidays from me to you.
That's better.
Happy holidays from me to you. Happy holidays from me to you. Happy
And now I also forgot to do the neck. So again, this is why I don't unmute or I don't mute things personally, because I forget about them. I would much rather just make sure I get them in place. So yeah. I'm just going to clean up the neck here. The neck doesn't really move that much to be honest. So I'm just going to push these eases in here and then we'll see how that adds.
From me to you. Happy holidays from me to you. Happy holidays from me to you.
Yeah. So I would say the biggest thing with the neck is I'm feeling this is too far back. So I'm just going to take the whole thing, scale that motion down, and then maybe bring it forward.
Happy holidays from me to you.
There we go.
Happy holidays from me to you. Happy holidays from me to you.
There we go. So at this point, I would need to do a clavicle pass.
Happy holidays from me to you. 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 Happy holidays from me to you.
Yeah.
Happy holidays.
Really just a clavicle pass at this point. Which, let's see, is there a quick way I can...
Happy holidays from me to you. Happy holidays from me to you. Happy holidays from me to you. Happy holidays from me to you.
I'm trying to think if there's any connection where I can take maybe the rotate X and place it on the clavicles to build something in, because in my shot I've got my arms resting, so I don't have any clavicle motion in my in my shot. But if there's a way I could build some in, that could be nice. When you do the neck, do you just follow what the head does? No. Because there are going to be some moments like here. No, not there. The from me here. The body is actually going forward. So from me to you. So it's actually going, I think it's this section. It's actually going forward as the head goes up. Generally, you can just match the head motion to what the neck motion to what the head is doing, generally. But there will be times where it actually counters. So you just have to think through, is this going to be a moment that it counters, or is it going to be a moment that it is sympathetic?
Happy holidays from me to you.
So, happy holidays from me to you.
Happy holidays from me to you.
So I could, we're just going to experiment here. I'm going to take my rotate X of the head. Let's copy that. And I'm going to paste it on the rotate Z of the clavicles here. Do I just have... Interesting. I've got some motion on these clavicles already for some reason. Oh yeah, because I just brought them down. Okay, so I'm going to go to edit, paste, and I'm going to have to flip one of these curves. But I just want to insert and I want to connect. Okay, good. So which... Oh, actually this is perfect.
Happy holidays from me to you.
Now, right now they are countering. So as the head comes down, the clavicles go up. I want them to be in sync with each other. So I'm going to take all of these, edit, scale. I'm going to scale by -1, a value of -1 here. That's going to flip the curves and make sure I grab all of it. So edit, scale. I'm going to scale them down now because I don't want these to be very big. It should just be small. So maybe a little bit bigger so we can actually see what's going on. And then let's offset these 2 frames. Nope, let me get rid of that.
Happy holidays from me to you. Happy holidays from me to you. Happy holidays.
Yeah, not bad. Definitely needs to be cleaned up. It's too sharp. Interesting. Something got tweaked right there. There's a key on top of a key. Let me undo. Yeah, when I moved things, I didn't quite select all my keys. That would do it.
Happy holidays from me to you. Happy holidays from me.
Let's actually, I'm going to delete this. Oops. And I'm going to tone this down. Something like that. And then simplify the beginning here. So essentially, I don't have to keep all of this. I could animate it on my own, or I could just take, like what I'm doing here, I'm just simplifying certain sections and use it as a building block.
Happy holidays from me to you. Happy holidays from me to you. Happy holidays from me to you. Happy.
So like that. Maybe I'll take this section here. Let's actually go in normalized mode here. And I'll scale this down. Maybe ease this a little bit right there.
Holidays from me to you. Happy holidays from me to you.
There we go.
Happy holidays from me to you. Happy
Let's actually offset one more frame just to see how that feels.
holidays from me to you.
Not too
Happy holidays
too
from me
different.
to you.
too offset. There we go. So there we go. We've got clavicles in there. Yay!
Happy holidays from me to you. Happy holidays from me to you.
Now I still feel like the body is too much, especially the
Happy
rotation,
holidays
like
from me
right
to you.
there. So right there, which rotation is this? Oh, it's my translate X, I believe. So let's take this, tone this down. Let's see what else. My rotate Z.
Happy holidays from me.
There we go. That's better.
Happy holidays from me to you. Happy holidays from me to you. Happy holidays from me to you. Happy holidays from me to you.
There we go.
Happy holidays.
Now, there's definitely some areas where I feel like I can tighten up, like on the face. It's a little too soft now that I've simplified it. But honestly, at this point, it's just a little bit of curve cleanup, offsetting some keys. That's about it. But we've got this pretty much polished. And that's the thing, like we've taken, when did we start on this? 2.5 hours for this ish, something along those lines. And we've got a polished product at this point. All we have to do is add the face. Now, keep in mind that without explaining every step, this would typically go a little faster. So the big thing when you're cleaning curves like this is to really think of why you're doing something and don't just fall into the habit of smoothing things out. You'll notice that a lot of my curves, they still have a little bit of like a stair step effect. There's a little bit of imperfections in these curves. The biggest thing that I'm trying to do is just understand what is supposed to be happening and then building that in. The other thing I did was I tend to put a little bit of extra detail. It's harder to do with subtle animation, easier to do with big action because it's easier to see what's happening. But I tried to overdo a lot of the motions, and then from there I went down, 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 down until I hit a point where it's like, ooh, yeah, now I like it. Versus starting small, very tiny or not inexistent, and then trying to go, oh wait, do I need something? Yeah, maybe. Oh, maybe a little bit more. Oh, too far? I don't know. If you just start in small increments, you're never gonna get there. You're never gonna get to a point where it's like, oh, that's the right spot. But if you start too big, it's very easy to see when things are just too big. Like that body motion. If we were to go back to my original version, it would be interesting to see just how much range of motion I had originally compared to what I have now. Now it's much smaller. Let's just turn off the audio while I talk here. Now the body it's still got all those motions, but you feel it more than you see it. So yeah, there we go. Now, again, I think the big thing that I'm missing is the head motion. I do like how quick this is, though. This motion here is nice and fast, but I feel like there's something about the way it stops that's a little abrupt. I feel like the nose is a little swimmy in that second section where it goes down. It's a little... It needs to be tied down a little bit more, made sharper, but not as sharp as that first turn. Otherwise, it's going to be... It's going to feel very bird-like, very repetitive motions in terms of the speed. I want fast, slow, medium. That way I have a range of motion in there. Yeah, so I think I'm going to take a break from this for now. I'll come back to it and finish up a little bit of the polish. It's going to be very minor stuff. And then next week, we'll go in here and do a facial pass and lip sync pass. Facial pass should be pretty simple, eyes and mouth and all of that. And that's when we're really going to see the character come to life, because I haven't even posed out the eyes yet. So the eyes are just kind of like floating around in the skull. Right now, I'm kind of imagining it like a cardboard box on this character's head. I'm only focused on the main actions, not so much on the exact facial posing. This is one way of blocking things out. For more acting shots, I tend to do a blocking pass with the rest of the face as I go. So yeah, I hope this was helpful. I know it kind of devolved into, and let's tweak some curves, and I got into my nitpicky syndrome and like just started getting too focused on the animation instead of the bigger elements. But honestly, that's what it is at this point, is just cleanup and trying to figure out what doesn't work. And you saw, like, sometimes you animate and that first pass was horrible. It was twitchy. It was too complicated. So it's figuring out, okay, what's wrong? How do I approach it? Have a plan for it. Don't just move things around and hope for the best. You might get a good result. You might just run into more issues.